guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 2 people are dead and 5 injured following a shooting at Florida State University. FSU Police Chief Jason Trumbauer detailed the situation.
FSU police responded immediately, engaged, neutralized, and apprehended the shooter.
It all happened near a crowded student union building during lunchtime on the Tallahassee campus. The gunman is a current student at the school and the son of a sheriff's deputy. President Trump believes progress will be made on trade deals.
I think that you will see we'll make a very good deal with China.
Speaking during a meeting with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, Trump says he has immense respect for Meloni and the U.S. is going to have little problem making deals with Europe. Meloni told reporters she believes Italy and the U.S. should be able to come to terms. Trump says the previous administration allowed the other countries to rip off the U.S. and he's here to stop it. The president added no country can compete with the U.S. Senator Chris Van Hollen says he was not permitted to visit the Maryland man mistakenly deported to El Salvador.
The Democrat traveled to El Salvador Wednesday to try to secure the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. The Department of Justice has said Abrego Garcia was in the country illegally and a member of the MS-13 gang. Van Hollen said the vice president of El Salvador told him the government does not have information linking Abrego Garcia with MS-13. The Supreme Court ruled last week the Trump administration must facilitate Abrego Garcia's return to the U.S. I'm Brian Shook.
The Supreme Court will take up the question of birthright citizenship.
President Trump signed an executive order ending automatic birthright citizenship as enshrined in the Constitution's 14th Amendment. Trump wants to confer citizenship only on those who have at least one parent who is a U.S. citizen or permanent resident. Several lower courts have blocked the effort, and the highest court will hear oral arguments next month. I'm Lisa Taylor.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
The resentencing hearing is moving forward for the Menendez brothers, and so is the back and forth between the DA and defense. Outside the Van Nuys courthouse before the hearing began, L.A. County DA Nathan Hochman says it's not a no when it comes to resentencing, it's a not yet.
Bring on the facts. We do not in any way view the facts in a myopic way, focus just on the 90s facts.
He says the brothers still have not taken full responsibility for murdering their parents in 1989. Chinese retail sites Shein and Temu say their prices are going up next week.
That's because of President Trump's tariffs. Trump has also ended a duty-free exemption for goods worth less than $800, which helped bring in some 1.4 billion packages to the U.S. last year. The companies have built an American customer base in the millions because of their low prices. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
North America's oldest car show returns to New York this weekend for a 10-day run.
The New York International Auto Show opens to the public on Friday at Manhattan's Javits Convention Center. In terms of attendance, it's the biggest one in North America after launching in 1900 under the New York Auto Club banner. Experts say it's the best place to find out what's hot and what's not if you're in the market for some new wheels. Subcompact electric SUVs from Kia and Hyundai are expected to get a lot of attention. So is the BMW X3, a small but powerful SUV that runs on gas. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are words all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
Alrighty, that is my cue. My, how the days so swiftly passes by. Because we're rolling into a new day. Hi, welcome in. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Quite a difference a day can make. We're a good 20 degrees warmer than we were 24 hours ago. Standing right at 59 outside the Secret Bunker in Southwest Ohio at this hour. Not too shabby. Notice I got the short sleeves on. So we'll take it. A little bit of a warm-up in parts of the east. Well, we turn the page on the calendar. Here comes Friday, otherwise known as Good Friday, as we make our way into the Easter celebration weekend. 18th day of April here in 2025. Yeah, trust your week's going well. It looks like for the first time in a number of nights, we do have some weather issues impacting parts of the country tonight. Forecasters have been telling us for days we would be looking at the potential for multiple days of severe weather as we head into the Easter weekend and right on through Easter itself. A couple of strong thunderstorms producing severe thunderstorm warnings in south-central portions of Iowa, just to the southwest of Des Moines at this hour. And then you've got another cluster of showers and thunderstorms, southern portions of Minnesota, sweeping right through central portions of Wisconsin, crossing over the lake into the southeastern corner of Michigan. Not a whole lot of rain there. But, that's our next disturbance. On the western side of that, we've got, some wintry precipitation, snow falling, winter storm warnings through a good chunk of Wyoming. And winter weather advisories will be impacting portions of Colorado. Yeah, there's a band of enhanced snow falling in western portions of Nebraska, down into southwestern and south-central portions of South Dakota tonight. But the bigger concern is going to be severe thunderstorms on the prowl each day through this Easter Sunday. The main focus is going to be a zone stretching from Texas to the Ohio Valley and parts of the Great Lakes region. Some areas may be blasted by severe weather for 2 or 3 days in a row, as a matter of fact. The repeating storms being triggered by a building area of high pressure near Florida, which is setting up the clash between the warm air in the southeast and the cold air in the northwest. That high pressure is going to cause this zone to kind of stall out over the central states, but further to the northwest than we saw earlier this month. So folks enjoying their holiday weekend, have a way to get your timely weather updates, especially when you're driving or during even the overnight hours. Here as we make our way into a Thursday night, Friday morning. Stronger storms may focus anywhere from east central Nebraska to much of Iowa, southeastern Minnesota. These storms capable of the full spectrum of severe weather, large hail, high winds, and cannot rule out a few tornadoes. But in some cases, hail could reach the size of baseballs in a couple of these storms. As we roll into our Good Friday, the atmosphere going to reload later today. After a lull through the morning hours, storms again begin to erupt in the afternoon. And this time it'll form a line of storms along about a 1,200-mile swath stretching from west central Texas to the center part of the lower peninsula of Michigan. Just as the case is here Thursday night, all modes of severe weather will be possible in the stronger storms, high winds, large hail, and a few tornadoes possible Friday. Saturday, clusters of severe thunderstorms expected to stretch from, again, west central Texas to parts of the Midwest. It's kind of the lather, rinse, and repeat scenario. The northern edge of the storms will likely be limited to the Ohio Valley. The most potent storms packing large hail, high winds, and again a few tornadoes. For Easter Sunday direct, as this storm system forms along the front and begins to press eastward, Yeah, the severe weather becomes a bit more progressive. More storms are likely to be severe on Sunday than we see on Friday and Saturday. It's possible that a large zone of severe thunderstorms may form on Easter Sunday, powerful winds being the greatest threat. Before the storms organize into a curved line, we could see some isolated severe thunderstorms, maybe packing damaging hail and tornadoes again from northeastern Texas to eastern Kansas into portions of Missouri. Central states going to be kind of under the gun for this Easter weekend. And all the repeated nature of these storms will be leading to a lot of rainfall, which may, again, be a dangerous flooding setup to take shape across the Ozark Mountains of Missouri, Arkansas, and northeastern Oklahoma. Now, here we are just 2 weeks after the deadly floods inundated parts of the Ohio and Tennessee valleys. This new round of storms could deliver a similar torrent of rain, raising the risk for life-threatening flash flooding in a region with steep terrain and vulnerable waterways. While the upcoming rain may not be quite as extreme or long-lasting as we saw earlier in the month, these downpours are projected from north-central Texas to central Illinois and southwest Indiana. Within that zone, generally 1 to 4 inches of rain from Friday to Sunday, much less of what we saw with the life-threatening flooding earlier in the month. There will be a band of much heavier rain on the order of 4 to 8 inches over a 3-day period. AccuWeather says some locales could see rainfall totals approaching 11 inches. Now, at least half that rain may fall in just a matter of a few hours. In that band, that's where we could see life-threatening flash flooding occur, and that's going to affect areas that pretty much dodged the flooding earlier this month. However, an overlap of both heavy rain events from earlier this month to this weekend may indeed occur in some areas. Given the hilly terrain of the Ozark Mountains, which extends from central Missouri to northwest Arkansas and northeast Oklahoma, rapid runoff could lead to flash flooding of small streams and urban areas. With Easter weekend, of course, marking the first big outdoor getaway of the season for many campers and travelers, you will face a heightened risk from torrential rain. And, of course, as we mentioned, the rounds of severe thunderstorms capable of unleashing damaging winds, large hail, a lot of lightning, and even possibly some tornadoes. The old adage, turn around, don't drown. Do not attempt to drive through a flooded roadway. Many country roads in Missouri and Texas have low water crossings, which may be too dangerous to drive through safely. Campers, use extreme caution when choosing your campsite. Try to avoid low-lying areas along small streams, which may be subject to flash flooding this weekend. Some access roads may become blocked by high water as well. Of course, runoff from this weekend's rain will eventually, like all the other, flow into the Mississippi, but likely not until after the water levels have receded a bit. Tributary rivers of the Mississippi and even some of the small streams that flow into those rivers are expected to rise significantly and may flood as a result of this weekend's heavy rain. This would include the likes of the Merrimack, the lower part of the Missouri, and the Arkansas rivers. Waters on the Merrimack surged to major flood stage earlier this month. While the heavy rain fell just south of St. Louis this time, the Mississippi River Port City may experience flash urban flooding and significant rises on the rivers in that immediate vicinity, including just to the north and the west. River gauges managed by the Army Corps of Engineers, data from NOAA, may not accurately show the full extent of the rising water levels until after these heavy rains begin. Now, as of Thursday morning, no flooding was forecast on gauges from north central Texas to central Illinois. Forecasters warned that could give a false sense of security. Meanwhile, the surge of water from the rain back in early April continues to make its way downstream on the Mississippi. Crests have occurred or will occur this weekend along the shores of the Mississippi that border Tennessee, southern Missouri, western Kentucky, northern Arkansas, and northern Mississippi. Waters in these areas will be at moderate to, in some cases, major flood stage. Further south from southern Arkansas and central Mississippi through much of Louisiana and southern Mississippi, it may take till nearly the end of the month for the Mississippi to crest there, again at moderate to major flood stage. Well, here comes the weekend. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, hello to Marianne, who kicks things off. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Hope everyone enjoys the weekend. What do you say, Pappy? Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour and TGIF. Good Friday, I may add. Correct me if I'm wrong, but in the year 32 AD, 1,993 years ago, Jesus sacrificed his life for our sins, and the Roman soldier that thrust his sword into our Savior is still walking the earth at this particular time in history. As Sheriff Buford T. Justice would say, "Where are you, you sons of bitch? I'm gonna barbecue your ass in molasses." Somewhere deep beneath the earth's crust is the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker. And for the last time this week, Steve is throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shit eliminator power mic is on, and the overnight drive is hammer down. All right, 844-844-3388. The digits to hit to be a part of the show. We're looking at double nickel 55 outside in Harrison, Ohio this Good Friday. So snuggle up to whomever, whatever, wishing peace and goodwill to all mankind. Are you with me? All right. Yeah, speaking of, are you with me? I think Big Ed's going to be chiming in here briefly. First, we got to kick things off. It's Well, I guess, are we indeed one day closer to the greatest day of the week?
We are one day closer to the greatest day of the week. That's Monday.
Hey, boy. Hello, Captain Ron.
How are you?
I'm doing doing all right here on a Good Friday.
Are we having a show Sunday night?
Everything on my slate is a regular weekend. Yeah, I don't have any planned nights off. Yeah, we'll be back Sunday night. Yeah.
See, mine's even a greater day off. I got Sunday night off.
Do you?
Yeah. So that's even a greater day. See, you got all these holidays on the greatest day of the week, and we get to take those days off of work. How much better does it get?
I know today, Good Friday is, and historically has been. It's a holiday for LSI Chemical and Hot Shot Secret. So yeah, the offices will be closed today. If you wanted to call with questions or to make an order or something, I guess they could take the automated order. But yeah, LSI is closed. I guess technically I could be off this morning, seeing as I work for them, but I thought I'd be here for your Friday morning.
Well, we appreciate it. Yeah, didn't Good Friday used to be a holiday? Didn't that used to be the holiday for Easter?
Seems like, yes. I
mean, I don't even get, Easter isn't even a paid holiday for me. It's a day that I'm forced to take off, but I'm not paid for it.
Huh.
And it's Easter. It's a holiday.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I thought Friday used to be a holiday for most things, and my places are closed today. I mean, they're not loading any of the trucks today, so I don't know. It's a holiday for them too.
Yep.
So we got all this money that they're finding being wastefully spent and all that, but no arrests for any of that, right?
To my knowledge, no arrest. Just trying to cancel contracts and wasteful spending contracts. Yeah.
Yeah, and no arrest for all of that. Now, I heard something that Trump they're going to lay off a bunch of IRS workers, but isn't that part of that? What was it, 87,000 that they hired? Oh, wow. Wasn't that what the number was?
Yeah, 87,000. Most of them were supposed to be auditors.
Yeah, and I guess there's going to be a bunch of them let go. So we still don't have any rain down here in Florida. It's 65 degrees at Georgia-Florida state line on 75 for tonight. Pretty nice night of trucking. But I saw on Facebook where I-80's closed from Rock Springs to Cheyenne for snow. Did you see any of that?
Yeah, I mean, one of our friends posted here a few minutes ago, indeed, that you got the snow, the slippery conditions out there with the winter storm warnings. Carol posted, I-80 closed in parts of Wyoming, temperature 29 degrees, snowy and gusty winds in the Green River.
Right. So, well, I don't have too much tonight. It's just a normal weekend coming up. Going to go play golf tomorrow, and I think we're going to go to the horse track Saturday. And we got racing from Rockingham today and tomorrow. If you're interested in that, the Cup isn't running, but I think the Xfinity and ARCA and the trucks.
Okay.
But anyway, that's all I got for the night. I appreciate you taking my call, and have yourself a good Easter.
All right, enjoy.
I'll be listening on the app.
Enjoy your Easter weekend, and I guess so. You won't be here for the greatest day of the week. You're off, so
I'm off.
We'll be here. So if you're up late, just say hello, all right? Speaking of, hello from Roy in Northwest Illinois. Good evening. 57 degrees with some clouds tonight. The Boss Man, good morning all. Checking in from Ohio, headed back to Illinois tonight. There's Tank. Good morning, Steve. Happy Friday. 78 degrees here in Choctaw, Oklahoma. Can someone turn the fan down a notch or two? We're headed towards the home 20. Everyone have a great weekend and a blessed Easter Sunday. Yeah, he's talking about the fan. He's talking about the winds. The winds are blowing out west. Yeah, we have red flag warnings, widespread wind advisories, high wind warnings. Yeah, we'll break some of that down for you coming up here. Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Hammer down and be safe. Gilligan, morning, Steve, fellow listeners. Good Friday to all the listeners. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, today is the day our Lord and Savior gave his life for our sins. Mostly cloudy, 54 degrees at the Speedway, Martinsville, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up there. Hello, Uncle Chops is on board. Howdy, everybody. Who else? We got several. Gary is on board there. Big Art, happy Easter, Steve. Good to have you with us, Art. And we'll get a news break. And as I say, yeah, Big Ed got you coming up. The CNI Dog. Send your heat wave on board, rolling into a Friday.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 2 are dead and 6 injured in a mass shooting at Florida State University.
The gunman, the son of a Leon County Sheriff's deputy. Sheriff Walt McNeil says Eichner was able to get hold of one of his mother's weapons.
So he has been steeped in the Leon County Sheriff's Office family, engaged in a number of training programs that we have.
The 2 victims killed in the attack were not FSU students. Reed Shepard, Tampa.
We're learning more details about an FBI raid in Warren County, Ohio.
20-year-old James Phillips was allegedly making homemade bombs. He's now facing federal charges. It all stems from police in Lebanon being called to a soccer complex last year in the middle of the night, allegedly finding 2 men parked near an improvised explosive device in the lot. Federal investigators say cell phone pings led them to Phillips, and he was allegedly found with video evidence of other bomb detonations and more. I'm Jack Crumley.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, hello to Shorty, who's working tonight. Working I-77 northbound. North Carolina, Virginia line, 57 degrees, Columbus bound. But he says, come on next week. I'm ready for that R&R. Yeah, I think he'll be back on the 28th. Was that it? Or that might have been Truck and Phil. I kind of lose track. Hello, Brian. Good night from the home 20, Pittsburgh, PA. Working on the trailer and the truck during the Easter break. Hope everyone's safe getting home out there and enjoy Easter. Very good. So it's kind of a working weekend nonetheless. Hopefully by Monday I can get back to playing Dirty Steel Hauler. Tapeworm, Pensacola, Florida. Picking up a container headed for the port of Miami. Thanks for what you do out there, drivers. Yeah, speaking of Florida, there's Jeffrey. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Hello, Jerry. Good morning, friends. Happy Easter. Enjoying another great Steve Summers overnight drive, along with all my Hot Shot Secret friends. Tell them you love them every chance you get. All right, Larry. There you go. An update. Good evening from Rock Springs, Wyoming. I-80 shut down from Cheyenne to Rock Springs due to the snowstorm. We are hoping to make it home tonight to Cheyenne, but, well, it's springtime in Wyoming. 75 degrees yesterday and a snowstorm today. You gotta love Wyoming. No doubt. Everybody stay safe. And real quick, Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, 62 degrees. Supposed to warm to 84 today. Anyway, had a great time with the grandson yesterday. Wildcat and I got to take him to his Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu lesson. Yeah, we're also headed to the Braves game later today. They'll be taking on the Twins. I hope they play well. Yeah, it looks like we may have some rain for our golf outing next week. As long as there's no electricity, we'll still play. Anyway, have a blessed weekend, a blessed Easter weekend. Have a great night, and be careful out there. Yeah, Big Ed had shared with me, and he shared via Facebook, a story here from, I guess, last weekend, where they have these illegal, mostly Chinese growing operations, illicit marijuana growing facilities. And it was released from the Kay County Sheriff's Office, the bust of a Ponca City marijuana grow facility by the Sheriff's Office and the Attorney General's Organized Crime Task Force and several partner agencies, resulting in 5 arrests and the confiscation of more than 11,000 illegal marijuana plants. The sweep yielded 11,269 plants and 477 pounds of processed marijuana. It was a collaborative effort with the 8th District Attorney Drug and Crime Task Force, Oklahoma National Guard, FBI, Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, several others. Investigators allege the grow operation bore no indicators of being lawful, did not have an active Oklahoma medical marijuana authority license, an active registration with the Oklahoma Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs, or any legally tagged marijuana plants. We found absolutely nothing to suggest this facility made even a token effort to appear legitimate, meaning the marijuana seized was likely headed for the black market, according to the Attorney General. We applaud the task force, federal, state, and local enforcement entities that came together for this operation. The message must be clear to the drug traffickers, and that message is get out of Oklahoma. Now, they shared the names of those who were arrested at the scene, all 5 charged with aggravated manufacturing of marijuana and trafficking of a controlled and dangerous substance. But in Sun's position, that's Qingyi, these are Chinese nationals. What was interesting, he said, in Sun's possession was clothing that investigators say appear to be consistent with uniforms of the People's Liberation Army, the primary military branch of the People's Republic of China. Kind of an odd scenario, but I know that's one thing Big Ed wanted to chime in on tonight, these growing operations out of China. Are you with me?
I'm with you, Steve, and you nailed it right there. The big question, I've read it. I try to keep up with it. I think they're estimating there's at least 1,000 of them growing operations in the state of Oklahoma.
In just Oklahoma? Wow.
Yeah, and you got to know they're in Texas. And I know they're getting ready to pass laws where no foreign nationals can own property in Oklahoma. And then, my big question mark is right there at proof. You got people dressed as military from China. You pull up to one of their gates and they're out there. I mean, they're not going to attack you, but they're out there. You're not going to go through one of their gates. Guarantee you. And it's, I think the military or the government just needs, which Oklahoma, I guess they're now making an effort to shut them down. But they need to get this shut down and get it shut down real fast. And let your enemy, sworn enemy, to come in here and run them kind of operations. Yeah, we got a huge damn problem in this country. So you just wonder how. Go ahead.
You said Oklahoma has the legalized medicinal marijuana. Have they legalized recreation at this point or no?
No.
Okay.
People want to get it legalized, and when it first come up for vote, I was a fool. I voted for it. I thought, well, okay, it's going to be for medicine, because there are people that use it that are sick, and you can't really argue with the fact that whatever it does for them, it helps them. But then it's like every other good thing that happens, and people turn around and make it a bad thing. So a lot of that marijuana is getting out there on the streets. And no telling what other drugs,
right,
like fentanyl,
right,
that's coming in here. And that's just, a point from coming across the border with it, delivering it to let's say these Chinese grow operations, and they're putting it back out on the streets. And I'm glad to see Oklahoma doing something about it. But my cousin's boy, he's a DEA lawyer, and he said, man, I think he's the one who told me there was at least 1,000 of them in the state of Oklahoma, and they're going after them. And thank God they are. I hope they do. Get them shut down. I know, but it don't. I own some property. I own a house in Edmond, and then I bought that property up there in Nescatunga. Steve, I didn't even have that damn thing on for 30 days. And I'm already getting calls, somebody wanting to buy it. And I've had 2 calls from people with Middle Eastern accents wanting to know if I'd take a cash offer for that place up in Nescatunga. And this one guy, I said, well, yeah. I said, I'll take $1 million for it. And he says, well, get real. And I said, no, you get real. I said, you call the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia and you tell him if he wants that damn place, it's going to cost him $1 million. I said, where did you see that I was wanting to sell it to give you the right to call me and ask me if I want to sell it? I said, so you get real with your stupidity. No, I'm not going to sell it. I'm not going to sell it for any amount of money. I wouldn't sell it to Chinese because I know what they're going to do with it. There's no foreign individual going to buy anything from me. If that's discrimination, so be it. It's not going to happen. I don't want them from my damn neighbors, and that's just the way it is. I mean, we do have a big Spanish population up here, and overall they're good neighbors, but, it's like everything else. There's some of them bringing drugs up here. You know what's happening. And the law enforcement knows what's happening, but the courts tie their hands where they really can't. What good does it do to go arrest these people and bust them when the courts is going to let them back out on the streets? Because we have a bad drug problem in this state. Well, even in this community I live in. So where's it coming from? They know where it's coming from. Let's stop it. Do our job. I've heard, and I've got several things I want to talk to you about, so don't cut me short.
Okay.
I heard heat wave this morning, and it brought questions to my mind listening to him, and I understand where he's coming from, and about these dreamers wanting to be police officers. And I was thinking, well, if you're paying to educate these kids, and you're prayerfully trying to make good, productive members of society out of them, why would you restrict them to what kind of occupation they could be in? But then on the reverse side, he brought up a good point of, if they was to get, let's say, somebody would become a police officer and he'd stop somebody who's illegal, would he do his job? That brings out a big question mark.
Right. That was a valid question. If you're illegally in the country to begin with, would you be sympathetic, I guess, to others in the same boat?
Because the dreamers, well, understand it, it's because their parents brought them over. And what nationality are we talking about as far as the dreamers? Is it the Mexican population? And I've told you before, Steve, I don't look down on the Mexican population more so than I do the Chinese or Middle Eastern people. I don't know. I've just never, because there's so many good Mexican people. But unfortunately, we've got American people that are worthless scum too, So it's just a big question mark, right now everybody's sick of what the status quo been from the left, and that's just trying to get everybody in here as fast as they can. And who was it? Maybe it was Pappy that called and said it was mainly about the votes. That's what it was about.
Correct.
And you get tired of that crap. But anyway, right quick, and I'm not going to go into detail because it's his story to tell. But I did talk to Lone Ranger here the other night for a good hour, and right now he's doing all right.
Okay, that's good because several people have been asking about him. I knew I knew that he told us the cancer had resurfaced and he was doing treatments. I didn't know if he was still or if he was finished with that.
I think he's finishing up, and sounds like based on what he was telling me. Like I say, I won't go into full detail.
Right,
sounds like,
right.
It's back in control.
But he's doing all right. He's okay. That's good to know.
But he's really doing all right. He's good spirits, and he acting like he's going back out to Arizona for a bit. So I don't know, but I'll let him call in. And he's like me. There's some nights I'm going to stay up and try to call in, but like I'm on a 34-hour recharge, and it gets sleepy, and the heck with it, because you get used to running these solar hours, and then I try to pick up the show on the podcast, and which reminds me of Captain Ron, hearing his call the other morning. I was listening to that on the podcast, and about the misery he went through to get a colonoscopy.
Right,
oh,
right. What a weekend.
And because matter of fact, I got it scheduled for today, or got it scheduled for next month. I've got to get a colonoscopy. And the first question I asked them, where are you doing it? That's because of what Captain Ron went through. And they said, the hospital. And I said, I want to make sure you wasn't doing it in no outpatient center. I didn't want to go through that headache. And I know I don't have to go get a heart stress test to get mine done. So, Captain Ron, I felt your pain when I heard you telling that story, and I'm thinking, God, man, I don't want to go through that. It's bad enough what you got to go through when you drink all that Go Lightly,
Right.
so that's miserable enough. But then I was going to talk about the speed limiters, Steve. All you got to do, are they still talking about doing that?
Technically, yes. The FMCSA's proposal, notice of rulemaking is supposed to be coming out here sometime this spring, at which point they would officially unveil what the speed they're suggesting is, if it's going to be 60 or 65 or 67. But I don't think it's going anywhere under the Trump administration because he's re-implemented that deal for every new rulemaking. Yeah, this time around, in his first term, it was for every new rule. I think you had to scrap 2 or 3 others. Wasn't that the case? He made it like 10 to 1. You got to find 10 other rules that you're going to reduce or eliminate if you're going to pass any new rules. So at least until the end of this term, I don't think there's a chance in hell of it going anywhere.
Well, all you got to do, Steve, is drive that I-95 corridor or even the I-75 corridor, and that's 3 lanes going south, 3 coming north, Georgia, south of Atlanta, going into Florida, and see how dangerous that would be, especially the 2-lane I-95.
Yeah.
You're driving along there, and they got the minimum speed at 40 miles an hour, and there's, I don't know, maybe it's Sunday morning people that like to just get out with their elbow hanging out the window and run up and down the damn interstate at 40 miles an hour. I don't know what their rhyme or reason for doing it, but they do it. And you're driving along trying to pay attention, and everybody's moving along fast, and all of a sudden somebody, and I try to keep a 15-second following distance, and it's constantly changing, so I never use my cruise control, and the reason why I don't is because this radar detection system, if you got that cruise control on, and I figured that out, if you got that cruise control on, it's going to be quicker to slam your brakes.
Mm-hmm.
And we've talked about that before. I think Heatwave talked about it. To me, that's the most dangerous damn thing you can have on these trucks, is that radar detecting thing that will slam your brakes down. As long as I ain't got that knock on wood, that cruise control set, I don't never have that problem. I think I had it happen one time. Picked up the corner of a vehicle that was on the shoulder, and it slammed my brakes. But I noticed before, if I had run this cruise control, then it would do it quicker. It would do it. And so I just don't even mess with the cruise control, period. But when you're constantly adjusting your speed, trying to keep that following distance, and you're driving along there, and boom, the guy in front of you slams on his damn brakes, and then boom, he shoots out in the hammer lane because he's four-wheeler, okay. The four-wheelers, I'm not knocking them, but they're not trained like we are to be looking at in that distance, that obstacle, and they'll jump out there in that hammer lane without looking over the shoulder. And then all of a sudden, you got that 40-mile-an-hour car in front of you, and you're slamming on your brakes. And you're blocked, able to get over into the left lane. And that right there, I was in an hour backup because somebody got in a damn wreck up there on I-95 north of, I think it was north of Florence, South Carolina. Because somebody got in a wreck, and you know it's because somebody was going too slow.
Right.
Somebody jumped out in front of another car. And the same thing happens when they come in on them on-ramps. These people will come in on the on-ramps. And out of respect for Lauren Weeds, because he don't want the plastic trucks out there in that hammer lane, because that's his. He owns that, you know. Now, Lauren, buddy, I'm just giving you grief. It just take it as a joke, but serious. You're blocked in the hammer lane. You can't get over, so you're sitting there thinking, "Okay, speed up." Because if you're going to come out there on a 70 or 75 mile an hour interstate, coming in on them on ramps, people kick it in gear.
Don't be merging at 30. Don't be merging at 35 and 40, right?
Yes, but they do it all the time, Steve. And that's how accidents happen. And so if whoever in their bright or goofy mind thinking these speed limiters, these reduced speeds for big trucks is going to make these highways safer, then you're a nut. You have no clue what it is to be out there, even in a four-wheeler. Leave them alone. If you do anything, make the minimum speed. Crank it up. Make the minimum speed 60 miles an hour, not 40 miles an hour. Don't you think that makes sense?
Absolutely.
Yeah, because even over there in Carolina and Florida, I think the minimum speed's 40. Okay, that hell with 40, let's do 60. And leave the big trucks alone. You know, and even though my truck is governed at 65, rarely do I drive 65. I mean, mainly just try to keep it at 60. Because I don't feel like I'm going to get there any damn quicker. Now, I'm not trying to be in nobody's way, but I use that other 5 for when the guy in front of me is driving 60, and okay, well, hell, one of us got to go faster, so I'll go around them. But once I get in front of them, I don't back out of it. I try to create some distance so I ain't slowing him down anymore. But this speed limiter thing they're wanting to come up with, that's about the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Right.
Somebody don't know what they're doing. So, anyway, that's my spew on that. So, I guess, other than that, I'm home for the weekend, and I didn't even want to stay out there when I knew everybody was going to be closing. Oh, I want to give a hats off to a couple places down there in the Alabama Publix, distribution center.
Mm-hmm.
Great people, Steve. Great people. You go in there, they try to be quick, and the first thing they tell you, if you run out of time, we got that big parking lot out there. And then there was a place up in Leesburg, Florida, where I picked up the load of water. They were the same thing. You run out of time, we got that big parking lot out there. And they had good public restrooms, too. So, hats off to Publix. And then that Leesburg, I forget the name of that water facility, but picked up a load of water there and took it to Publix. And then I picked up a load of rice down there in Florida and took it to Publix. But they were just very hospitable people, and they treat the truck drivers with respect. And I like that. I really like that. So, with that being said, Steve, I guess I've bugged you enough. Hope I didn't offend nobody, and I tell everybody, give God thanks for your blessings, because He gave us His Son that died on the cross for our sins, so we could have everlasting life.
Yes, sir.
And I thank God every day for my blessings. And I thought, right quick, Steve, I noticed you got some real nice shirts on, like that red one you had on.
Right, and the one I've got on right now, it's if you're watching like on Facebook, you probably can't tell. It's more of a neon yellow green, kind of like the fluorescent. That's the brand new Pocket T-shirts we got introduced there in Louisville at the truck show. Got the logo on the front pocket and live from the Hot Shot Studios in the back. But we got to pause there.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 2 are dead and 6 injured in a mass shooting at Florida State University, and the shooter was no stranger to Tallahassee area law enforcement.
The gunman, the son of a Leon County Sheriff's deputy. Sheriff Walt McNeil says Eichner was able to get hold of one of his mother's weapons, which was found at the scene.
So he has been steeped in the Leon County Sheriff's Office family, engaged in a number of training programs that we have. So it's not a surprise to us that he had access to weapons.
The 2 victims killed in the attack were not FSU students. Classes and other activities been canceled through the day Friday. Reed Shepard, Tampa.
Luigi Mangione is being indicted on federal charges for the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson.
Mangione has been accused of shooting and killing Thompson back in December. On Thursday, a federal jury in New York returned a 4-count indictment against him. He's been officially charged with 2 counts of stalking, a firearms offense, and murder with a firearm. The last charge makes him eligible for the death penalty if convicted. I'm Brian Shook.
President Trump says his administration is fighting what he calls anti-Christian bias in the U.S.
Trump held an Easter prayer service Wednesday night in the Blue Room of the White House, attended by religious leaders like the Reverend Franklin Graham and White House faith advisor Paula White-Cain.
So there's so much to celebrate this Easter. This is really, I hope, going to be one of the great Easters ever, because we have something going that I don't think this country has seen in 100 years.
Trump also promoted promoted his new White House Faith Office. As Holy Week continues, the White House is expected to host a Passover event today to celebrate the Jewish holiday that ends this weekend. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Stocks are closing mixed on the final day of trading this week.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 527 points. The S&P 500 gained 7 points. The Nasdaq shed 20 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Authorities are announcing another big violent gang takedown in New York City.
Authorities say 20 alleged gang members have been indicted out of the Cortona section of the Bronx for a series of violent incidents, including 13 shootings. Most are in custody. Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch says they terrorized the neighborhood.
In one case, 6 rounds were fired at a city bus as people were getting off. In another, bullets flew just feet from a family standing on the sidewalk with 2 small children.
The announcement comes just a week after authorities charged 16 people in a massive gun violence gang takedown in East Harlem. Scott Pringle, New York.
It's been 100 days since the January wildfires that ravaged 2 communities in Los Angeles.
It's been 100 days of resilience, 100 days of a community and our city refusing to give up.
Mayor Karen Bass says the recovery effort from the fires has been inspirational to the entire world. She announced that all the debris from the library in the Pacific Palisades has been removed and they are now ready to rebuild. Bass adds the costs of rebuilding the library will be 100% reimbursed from FEMA. Lyft is venturing over to Europe.
The ride-hailing service announced Wednesday that it's acquiring FreeNow. It's a European taxi app which serves 9 countries, including the United Kingdom, Ireland, and Italy. The company is currently owned by German automakers BMW and Mercedes-Benz. Lyft says the deal is worth nearly $200 million and is hoping to close on it later this year. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, welcome back, welcome aboard. A new day as we roll into a Friday. Oh, yes, indeed. Good Friday it is. Make our way into Easter weekend. Real quick, let me get, we ran out of time there, Big Ed. Yeah, some of the
on them shirts. So
some of those we were wearing there at the truck show. Like me and the Princess had some made for us personally that they're not really available on the website. We just took them up to the local shop. Yeah, but we do have the fluorescent with the you got a pocket for your smokes there.
Yeah, that's what I want. So I seen you with the yellow one on over there.
That's what I'm wearing tonight. Yes, and those are available on the website. Those were just introduced there in Louisville.
Well, what about that red one you had on?
Well, those were the ones.
I sure did that.
We just had those personally made for us.
Well, can't you get some made for the rest of us? They're like them old, all them white ones or tan ones we used to get.
Right. They're the what do they call them? Oxford.
Golf shirts.
3-button shirts. Yeah, 3-button up top. Yep, with a collar.
That's what we besides T-shirts, that's what we need. So you might hit Hot Shot Secret or Gold Eagle up about. But I'd buy some of them.
Okay.
I'll probably purchase a couple of the T-shirts. I would like that red one you had on.
Yep.
Be able to purchase that.
Mm-hmm.
So other than that, Steve, if I offended anybody, hey, get over it. But I've been nice.
You've got a reputation to uphold, Big Ed.
Well, as soon as I hang up, I'm going to bed.
So
Heat wave, you did stink the place up a little bit, but hey, I identified with what you were saying.
Well, enjoy your time at home there Easter weekend, Ed. Good to hear from you.
Yes, sir. Bless y'all. Everybody be safe out there. Talk to you later.
All right. Don't be a stranger. Big Ed, are you with me? The CNI dog. Hey there.
Good morning. Good Friday.
Yes.
How you doing?
Doing well.
Okay, I heard Heatwave talk about his truck, how he opens the door and it sounds the horn.
Yeah.
Just one little beep like that.
Yep.
This truck actually does that too. I'm not too sure why. Us drivers are speculating that they can change the software on the fly now in these trucks over the internet because we've got something called Smart Pass, and it'll give you an option for like 30 minutes to step up your speed about 2 or 3 miles faster than your governed speed. So let's say you're in the left lane and you're trying to get around this guy and it's taking you a little bit too long. You double pump the pedal and it'll give you that 2 or 3 miles per hour to complete your task getting around somebody. I saw before it used to have 30 minutes listed on the screen, but originally when they rolled it out, it was 20 minutes. Then I saw it being 20 minutes a couple weeks later, and then that's when that noise started. So I wonder if it was a software glitch in the system that's causing that problem. I'm not too sure. I mean, I'm not educated in that, but that's what a couple of drivers and I are thinking about what happened.
Okay.
I was off last week, and I went to a place. I sent you an email and sent you some pictures.
Yes.
I know it's kind of self-explanatory, Frisbee golf, but it's interesting, and I'm pretty good at Frisbee. Back in the day, I could throw a Frisbee really, really far. And went to my sister's place in Iowa, and she has a house by the lake, and it kind of gradually goes down, and the kids were throwing the Frisbee, but they were really close to each other. And I said, just go back, go back further, a little more. And okay. And I chucked it, and they were just absolutely amazed how far, I could throw a Frisbee.
Yeah.
And it's probably self-explanatory how that works, but it's like golf. Like you just throw it, and then you walk to it and throw it. again until you hit the basket. Does it actually hit the chain and go in the basket?
Yeah, you have to get it in the basket. It has to stay in the basket. You can hit the chains, and if it comes out and doesn't stay in the basket, it's another stroke.
So how far would you step back from the basket, if you want to call it that way, to take another shot at it?
Wherever the Frisbee is lying, your foot cannot go past that point closer to the basket.
Okay, so if it bounces off the basket 3 feet away, then you can hit it again, right?
From the 3 feet away, yeah. And sometimes if you're on a hilly terrain, you might hit the chains, it doesn't drop, and it'll roll down the damn hill, and you'll have a 40-foot shot again.
I don't know if you saw his pictures, but they got a pretty hilly terrain over there.
Yeah.
That place. And that 18th hole is like way down there, so you probably get some good airtime on that Frisbee. They're also a little bit smaller, right?
Yes, the disc golf discs are not your traditional whammo Frisbee or what they call like for the ultimate. Yeah, that they play the ultimate disc sports. The discs are much smaller and much harder and much heavier, so you get a lot more distance out of them.
Okay, but it's just like regular golf. So, what do you think? You recommend watching a couple of videos on it, or just try to play like golf?
Watch a couple videos, and it's like you said, self-explanatory. Just like a regular golf course, you have the tee, and you've got the layout of the distance, how far away the basket's going to be. It may be a dog leg to the right, a dog leg left. I mean, it's just like real golf, but the courses are shorter than real golf because you can't throw a disc as far as a golfer can drive one, like Tiger Woods.
Now, the whammo Frisbee, does that respond better or worse than the disc?
You're never going to get the kind of distance out of a regular old Frisbee that you're going to get out of a actual golf disc. And there's hundreds of different discs. There are discs that are designed to be a driver for long distance. There's mid-range discs. There's putter discs. They all have different aerodynamics.
Okay, so you would have to have a bag or
correct
some way of carting those around.
Just like in your real golf bag, you got your irons and your drivers. It's with the disc, it's pretty much the same thing. You've got different discs for different distances, and some will turn hard to the left. Others will be more of a straight disc. Some will actually fade to the right.
Well,
pretty fascinating.
Awesome. I think I'm going to try that. My wife likes that place over there in northwestern Wisconsin by the Frost, Sparta.
Right.
So,
right.
They got two different places over there. It's apparently a big thing there in Wisconsin.
It's a growing sport, and I'll tell you, I've lost track of how many courses we have in this town. This was one of the Cincinnati was one of the early towns. I actually had a course here that held one of the earliest PGA tournaments many, many years ago. I played almost on a daily basis for nearly 30 years. And I was trying to think earlier, it's probably about, I'm thinking maybe 2017, somewhere between 2017 and 2019. Yeah, first of all, it was my lower back, but my knees, my knee, especially the right knee. And I guarantee playing the disc golf was a big contributor to that. My knee is so screwed up, I don't think I could play again. I actually have an appointment next Tuesday. I'll be going in to see the orthopedic, trying to figure out what I've done to my knees. When I was very young, in my early teens, I played tennis. Yeah, another sport that's very, very hard on the knees, or your sideways motions. And, of course, teeing off with disc golf, constantly putting that spinning, turning pressure on the front, the right leg, as I'm right-handed. It's done a lot. I suspect either the cartilage is gone or I may have one of those tendons torn up. I don't know. Let's hope for the best. But, my appointment is coming up Tuesday morning, as a matter of fact. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, good morning, Billy. Says hello to the Overnight Drive. Happy Friday. We're heading up to Garysburg, North Carolina, then down to Morehead City. Everybody be safe out there. Young Colton joined us in about an hour ago. Doesn't have any school for Good Friday. Hope you're doing well. Bruce, good morning from Lone Rock, Wisconsin. Enjoy the show. Keep up the good job there. Good to have you on board. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. There's Eskimo Mom. Happy Hump Day, Friday, whatever day. But it is Good Friday, which is kind of a hit and miss day for many locations. So when in doubt, call ahead. But 2 more days till Resurrection Sunday. 18 days till the Ohio primary. 63 days till summer. All right, I'm at the home 20 tonight after calling off. I've been pushing myself too hard, and it's kind of caught up with me. I should be back out tomorrow night. When you get back in the saddle again, Sunday night, Monday morning, I'll be on vacation. Next Thursday's my company's Million Miler Banquet, and I, as well as dozens of other drivers, are going to be honored for 1, 2, or even 3 million miles driven safely. Partly cloudy, 54 degrees outside the home 20. Somewhere between exits 90 and 94 on Interstate 75 in the Buckeye. Happy Easter and enjoy your weekend. All right, congratulations to all the folks that'll be joining the million or 2 or even 3 million mile club. Let's see. Robert Duck, I'm here. Home sweet home. I'm about tired of dealing with B of A. Got the card locked down and nothing they can do. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. This is why I pay cash. Obviously, his Bank of America. Now, I don't know. Sometimes you kind of wonder. It's a discomfort when they lock your card down. And I know for those of, you drive a truck for a living, you're using your ATM card. You might be in one state today and 5 states away, all over the country. Ironically, when I went down to for the Mid-America Truck Show last month, I went down to Louisville, and of course it's only but 100 miles away. But I got, of course, my deposit went in there on Friday morning, went to the local convenience store, and I was unsuccessful. Could not, I said, hey, my deposit went in this morning. What do you mean I can't get any cash? Yeah, so, of course, calling the bank a few hours later when they open, and then, that transaction was flagged as potential fraud, so they locked your card down. I said, well, I'm in Louisville, Kentucky, and I'm going to be, how long are you going to be there? And I said, we'll be here till Sunday. So she had to go through, and thank goodness it was on a Friday when I made the call rather than the bank being closed on Saturday, Sunday, and I was able to get it reactivated. But yeah, they flagged it as fraud. Brain dead. Sorry I'm late to class, but the warehouse is being the warehouse again. They're behind. I imagine it's because of Easter, maybe. But good morning, Steve, and good Friday to all. Every day's a good day, not just Friday. Hope you have a great weekend with Easter, and I'll probably work this weekend. Tonight's adventure is to a store in Madison, Mississippi, and Pearl, Mississippi, just outside of Jackson. Got a lot going on in the world of NASCAR here. I'll check in later and try to unpack it for you. Meep, Senor Heatwave.
Hey, good morning, Senor. Well, I tell you what, Tank, I'm over here in Deming, New Mexico. That's about 80-something miles away from the Arizona state line. The winds have died down. There is no more sand in the air as far as I can tell. They had Interstate 10 shut down due to the sand getting blown around. You can see it everywhere out here. I'm at a Maverick right now checking potential damage. I think I was hit by another driver, but I can't find any damage to the tractor, so I guess maybe it was just a little bump kiss and that was it. So yeah, that's a hell of a deal, I'll tell you. Good Lord. Did they ever figure out why that kid starts shooting up the Florida State University? Did he break into the police evidence locker and find some shrooms or something?
Yeah, I've got all the latest on that, the update from this past evening coming up here. We haven't got to it yet, but yeah, they got the whole breakdown, what unfolded there.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm sorry I raised a big stink yesterday over dreamers being able to be police officers. It's just, if you're going to have good debate, you gotta bring up both sides of the argument.
Yeah, well, and Big Ed said you pointed out a very valid question when you kind of ask if someone's illegally here, will they be sympathetic to others that are in that? Yeah, Pappy chimed in here a little bit earlier when I was talking to Big Ed when he said, as far as dreamers, he said, absolutely not. No law enforcement or military. Negative, he says. No way. So he's kind of in the same page there.
Well, I know that's a hot button topic, but yeah, that's just the way I feel about it.
Mm-hmm.
And these Democrats going down to El Salvador saying, we need to stay down here and build up our presence and let them know how much we want this MS-13 gangbanger out. I think I'd sell tickets for that one because I don't know what they think they're doing. I mean, they are guests of another country, and they're doing exactly the same thing as what the illegal aliens are doing here. They're expecting a whole hell of a lot. And they're going to be hit in the face with a bucket of ice water when they find out, hey, El Salvador is not the United States of America, and they operate a little different.
Far from it.
So, you Democrats want to go down there and protest, go right ahead. And, I'll be eating popcorn, watching from the couch, seeing you cry and complain about how mistreated you are. You can't do this to me. I'm an American. Well, you know what? You're in some other country. Guess what? you dance to their music, and if you don't dance to their music and try to play your old crappy whining and crying, you're going to be getting your just desserts. So, but yeah, being that it's Good Friday and all, oh, I tell you what, Jesus sure went through a lot of crap that Holy Week. I mean, you know, it wasn't too bad the Sunday prior, the Monday prior. I guess the Monday prior, that was Holy Monday. But good night. I tell you what, it sure went to pot pretty quick. And as far as Captain Ron was talking about, yeah, our high school and our colleges in Texas, at least the one I went to, your spring break was the Holy Week. You know, of course, as soon as Easter was done, your butt better be in class that following Monday. Or, you know, because, I mean, a lot of folks had their grandparents or they went elsewhere, and it was more than a day drive. So, but, yeah, we're kind of losing sight of, you know, what this week really is. And it's sad. I mean, yeah, we can celebrate a birthday, Christmas, but I mean, there ain't very many people that have been brought back to life, you know, especially back then. And, you know, we really need to celebrate the season for what it is. So, other than that, until something else happens, I guess I'll let you go. You have yourself a good Friday and a good Easter, and we'll try again on Monday.
All right. Hey, good to hear from you.
Night,
Thank you. Thanks for checking in, Senor Heatwave. As I look at the screen, could that be possible? Could we be? It's Casual Friday, right? It's been a long time since we've heard from one Scarecrow. We'll find out here. That's a little teaser because we're right up to the news break here. Just enough time to say hello to Crazy Ray, West Michigan. Check it in for Common Sense Radio. 55 degrees on a cloudy night. 5-7 copy in the mail. Good to have you on board. Go Navy. All right, and who else we got there? Hello, Steve. Jason checking in from Cuttawa, Kentucky. 72 degrees and a bit breezy tonight.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 2 are dead and 6 injured in a mass shooting at Florida State University.
The gunman, the son of a Leon County Sheriff's deputy. Sheriff Walt McNeil says Eichner was able to get hold of one of his mother's weapons.
So he has been steeped in the Leon County Sheriff's Office family, engaged in a number of training programs that we have.
The 2 victims killed in the attack were not FSU students. Reed Shepard, Tampa.
We're learning more details about an FBI raid in Warren County, Ohio.
20-year-old James Phillips was allegedly making homemade bombs. He's now facing federal charges. It all stems from police in Lebanon being called to a soccer complex last year in the middle of the night, allegedly finding 2 men parked near an improvised explosive device in the lot. Federal investigators say cell phone pings led them to Phillips, and he was allegedly found with video evidence of other bomb detonations and more. I'm Jack Crumley.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, a couple of other friends checking in here. Big Ed was talking about these people trying to merge onto a 75-mile-an-hour interstate, coming off the ramp, trying to blend in at 40 miles an hour. Dan said, when I see them coming off the ramp, I swear they just close their eyes and hope for the best. And I think that's the case. You know, when you have the yield sign, that means they're the ones that are supposed to yield. They just want to come in and expect you to yield. All right, let me see. Buddy checks in. Hey, Steve, from the Horse Feathers neck of the woods. Mostly cloudy, 40 degrees in Bel Air, Maryland. Great show as always. I've been listening for years. I need to call in one night. Well, duh. You need to call in, absolutely. And real quick, I mentioned Rubber Duck and his predicament with Bank of America. Big Ed said, BNA will lock your car down, which I don't use on the road. I have another Bank of America credit card not associated with my checking account. I use the credit card, which they never lock out. But if there's a questionable charge, they're calling me about it. In other words, they put the charge on hold until I verify the charge. Okay, the predicament's dealing with the banks. Is it possible? Is it possible? A voice from the past.
Well, let me tell you here, bud. I'm at a true loss. Without a steering wheel hanging in front of me there, Steve, I don't know what comes next here. This is a whole new.
Wow.
This is all new territory for me.
Hello, Scarecrow.
Oh, Steve, you don't know what a treat this is. I've run this Paul through my head 100 times since September 21st, and I really didn't know what I was going to say or why I was going to call or how it was going to play out. But I threw that casual notice in there just as kind of a clue that, maybe it is Scarecrow after all, Yeah, I haven't, I've been catching a few of the podcasts lately, Steve, but the actual live program, this is the first live one that I've been able to catch.
Is that right? Wow.
I tried all week here, and even on the app, I was not able to bring up the live feed. All I could get was the podcast, and actually it was about the time when Big Ed, sorry I didn't listen to all of your call, Ed, but so I deleted the app altogether, Steve, and downloaded it over again, and boom.
Then it
just
worked.
Like that.
A lot of folks have had there was some sort of an update they ran here in recent weeks, and yeah, I had to do the same thing earlier this week, as a matter of fact. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, somebody put a bug in my ear that you'd been having issues too, so, but that didn't make it any more comforting on my end. But for what it's worth, we're up and running now. Listen to you got your bum knee. Well, you and the mother of all crows, she has a bum knee herself. And that may have actually led to our trip down to emergency yesterday, and that's where I spent most of my day. Now granted, her knee has about 40 more years of use on it than yours. But no, she's in assisted living now, and she leaves her room door open, and she heard the phone ringing, so we can't miss one of these calls that mean absolutely nothing, So she went tearing off for the phone. I don't know if she had her walker with her or not, but she took a header, and she has a goose egg on her forehead now, and
oh boy,
such. But so yeah, we got that going. Oh, first of all, Steve, I have to apologize. There's several listeners out there that reached out and touched me or tried to touch me via telephone, and I neglected to return their calls, perhaps for no other reason than not knowing what to say, how to respond to them. We'll get right to the brass tacks here, Steve. I was going to throw in some filler to start with, but no. You do have one caller, a regular contributor, who frequently used to say, don't be a scarecrow.
Yes.
He'd always advise everybody, you don't want to be a scarecrow. Well, everybody listening right now, you do not want to be a scarecrow. Steve, I got my chauffeur license back in May of '74, and I never looked back. And up until September 21st of 24, I had a clean driving record. No accidents, no citations. No, I had my 5 million, honest miles. And a lot of those miles you gain by, and everybody knows, you watch out for the other guy. You're always, keeping tabs on what's going on around you. Well, on the 21st of September, Steve, I became that other guy. it was a Saturday. It was a bike rally we were participating in, and we had foul weather around the crow's nest here. We'd been watching the storms, through the day, and so we had little time to kill. And we knew there was hail right in our particular valley here, and at 6:57 p.m. We were rolling home. State Highway 53 was bone dry, and Steve, I'm a mile and a half from the home 20 at this point. And I looked up our town road and no cars coming. I leaned into the turn there, and I know what happened. I cranked on the throttle. Well, I had no idea that road was still wet. And all I could remember from that point, Steve, for about the next 4 hours, I have no recollection of the ambulance ride, conversations, anything, trip to emergency. And Steve, that led to a DUI. Now, every one of you listeners out there know what a DUI means to a truck driver. And yes, you're all free to call me a dumbass. I'll fess up to that, right from the get-go. I can't turn the hands of the clock back and of time back. I know I've let a lot of people down, but it is what it is. And I miss driving, Steve. I've took Social Security. I'll be 69 in a couple of weeks. I had no intentions to give up driving yet, but that's the way it is. That's the way it's fallen here. So all of you others out there, all through the years, Steve, I so had this in the back of my mind, what one of the responsibilities that are out there to a person who is a truck driver. And, I'll throw this in there too. If you recall my bride, she has a brain tumor that we made 30 trips to Rochester, Minnesota for proton radiation treatments. Excuse me. And every truck we would go by, I'd look over and I'm thinking, no matter what class of driver, what level of driver, what talent that driver has up there, whether he should be on the road or not, he's still driving and I'm not. And that is it's a feeling I can't really describe, Steve. Excuse me one more time here. But so regardless, Steve and everyone else, listening out there, that's where I have been. I did maintain both my chauffeur CDL and my regular license. They were still active up until February 6th, and that's when it was taken away. And so now I'm now 6 months without regular driver's license. I did go out and get my occupational right away, and so we're not homebound altogether. But regardless, it'll still be a year before the CDL could become active again. But
so the idea you're out on a weekend, in a personal vehicle, in this case a two-wheeler, in a single vehicle incident, no one else involved, but you're hurt, but that still gets you the loss of your CDL.
Right.
Wow.
Right. Exactly. And I'd related in the past. It's referred to as the fall flood run. It's kind of you might call it the official end of season ride, riding up and down along the Mississippi between Winona, Minnesota, and the Twin Cities and beyond there, up that area. But it just and I'm not going to throw the numbers out there, but the blood alcohol, it was not acceptable, put it that way. In that we'd burnt up a little time in a watering hole, not 15 minutes from the home 20 here. And so here we are, our attorneys, they pulled strings and jumped through hoops, and like I say, my CDL was active right up until they pulled the license in February there. But no, it is what it is. I can't run and hide from it. I just finished up my group therapy, so to speak, classes last weekend now, and I can only look forward to it. So I'm relegated to driving a '98 Honda Civic right now, which it keeps the miles down on that new pickup that sits up there. 2-year-old pickup with 3,000 miles on it. So, Steve, there's plenty of other areas I could go with this and throw at you and such. I don't know how many live programs I'll participate with here, but I'll certainly not make a stranger of myself. I can catch the first hour or two and such, but and I don't know how much of tonight's program I'll continue to listen to live. As I say, you listeners out there, don't be afraid to dump on me. I got the shoulders to handle it. I know anything you have to say, I have coming. So, but no, I've wondered about this, Steve. As they say, a lot of sleepless nights, and that's something I'll pass on to any of our listeners out there, Steve. That when something like this happens, it so changes your lifestyle, your outlook, as I say, the sleepless nights that I've had through the months, weeks and months, and that was right falling into the moment when my wife's radiation treatments started, and that's about the time we lost our insurance too. And so fortunately I was able to pick her up on the Cobra coverage. So yeah, it's been an interesting experience. Nothing that anybody wants to have to go through, but so
a long story short,
where I've been.
How life can change in just one blink of an eye, in one moment, that quick.
Exactly. We think about it. We're always pointing fingers at the other person, and things. You think about, okay, things that never happened to me. They can never happen to me, and it hurt a lot too. In the fact that my bride says, "How many times did I tell you when you would go out the door?
Yeah,
be careful, be careful." And I can't blame it on my friends or whatnot. I was right in the mix, of it too and such, and so anyway, beyond that, there's a lot that has taken place. Oh, by the way, Stewie and the girls, they did come home for Mom's 100th birthday back in October there, and they will be coming home permanent come June now. So yeah, they're coming back stateside, and he had the honor to rub shoulders with the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He paid them a visit here a little while, about the time that Trump had made the nomination. I think he wanted to get a good feel for what's going on in the Korean Peninsula and
Right,
such. And
right.
so, yeah. But you know what? Now that I'm not driving, I gotta save some other tidbits and such for any other future calls here, Steve. Now it comes to mind here. I did catch Double R called in a couple of nights back. And he was talking about, I think it was the Easy Pass, these fraudulent charges that are being
the emails.
Yeah, I've had 3 or 4 of those. I think I don't know if they've been text messages.
Yeah.
They come through originating from I don't know, one was from Hungary, I believe, and they're prefaced by a 63 number, at least when they come through as a text. So yeah, we know they're bogus. As Double R was saying, I've never been on this road or through this toll booth or such. Why would they be sending me a bill? But so we're out here, Steve. We haven't totally lost touch with you guys and such. I think about you just about every single day and such. And as I say, the podcasts, they're still here. I've got plenty of honeydew projects. So and there too, I think about Big Ed when he kind of tried retirement that first time and such. He missed. He went back to driving, and it's in the back of my mind, but I truly don't see it happening. But beyond that, Bud, clear the airwaves here, and we'll stick with you for a little bit longer here, and after that, we'll try to come up with some gems for the next call.
Okay.
Maybe it can actually be a casual call next time. So, but I've really wanted to get this call through to you, Steve, and I know I've shared with a few of you guys out there and such. And and for what it's worth, I did have a small beanie helmet on during the crash, and had it not been for that, I don't think I'd be talking right now. That even at a slow speed crash, that helmet is pretty much munched on the top and such. So yeah, it's his own preference, but we don't ride without helmets for the last few years now. So with that, Steve, we're gonna cut it loose and welcome. I shouldn't say welcome back. I gotta say it's good to be on the airwaves again.
It's great to hear from you.
With the family and all. So,
thank you, Scarecrow.
Thank
you so
much.
Thanks
for having me on board, Steve.
All right. And now, as they say, the rest of the story. All right, got a couple minutes before news break. Here's what the latest information we have. The shooting there at Florida State University. 2 dead, wounded at least 6 others. The 20-year-old gunman, the son of a sheriff's deputy whose former service weapon was used in the shooting. We know the 2 who are deceased were not students. The shooter is believed to be a student, according to the university police chief. Identified as 20-year-old Phoenix is it Ilkner? Yeah, the son of Jessica Ilkner, who was an 18-year veteran deputy of the Leon County Sheriff's Office. Now, he was shot and wounded by police. Police chief of Tallahassee said he did not comply with commands and was shot, but he used the personal handgun of his mother. Unfortunately, her son had access to one of the weapons that was found at the scene. We continue that investigation into how that weapon was used and what other weapons perhaps may have been or had access to. But he was a long-standing member of the Leon County Sheriff's Office Citizen Advisory or Youth Advisory Council. So he has been steeped in the Leon County Sheriff's Office family, engaged in a number of training programs. So he said it's not a surprise to us that he had access to weapons. Yeah, 5 were being treated at Tallahassee Memorial Hospital. The shooter is also receiving medical attention. All 6 patients wounded during the shooting are listed in fair condition. Tallahassee police patrol car was stationed this past evening near the street where the shooter's family lives, blocking reporters from approaching the home in a well-kept suburban neighborhood in the city's east side. Now, McCullough, the FSU president at Florida State University, said he also called the campus police officers absolute heroes and said their response to the shooting prevented this from being a bigger tragedy. Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis posting via social media that we're all Seminoles today. We stand by to help in any way that we can. 21-year-old Aiden Stickney, a student studying business management, said he was running late to class when he saw a man get out of a car with a shotgun and aim at another man in a white polo shirt. He said the gun jammed and the shooter rushed back to the car and emerged with a handgun, opening fire on a woman. He said he ran, warning others as he was dialing 911. He said, "I got lucky today." Now, he said that investigators have no evidence that anyone was shot with the shotgun. I guess you could say, thank goodness that the gun jammed. We'll take care of our news break, pick up with more as, details are being released this evening. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water emulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 2 are dead and 6 injured in a mass shooting at Florida State University.
The gunman, the son of a Leon County Sheriff's deputy. Sheriff Walt McNeil says Eichner was able to get hold of one of his mother's weapons.
So he has been steeped in the Leon County Sheriff's Office family, engaged in a number of training programs that we have. So it's not a surprise to us that he had access to weapons.
The 2 victims killed in the attack were not FSU students. Classes and other activities been canceled through the day Friday. today. Reed Shepherd, Tampa.
We're learning more details about an FBI raid in Warren County, Ohio.
Federal agents and other law enforcement spending hours Thursday at a home on Sentinel Oak Drive in Mason. 20-year-old James Phillips was allegedly making homemade bombs. He's now facing federal charges. It all stems from police in Lebanon being called to a soccer complex last year in the middle of the night, allegedly finding two men parked near an improvised explosive device in the lot. Federal investigators say cell phone pings led them to Phillips, and he was allegedly found with video evidence of other bomb detonations and more. I'm Jack Crumley.
Senator Chris Van Hollen says he was not permitted to visit the Maryland man who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador.
The Democrat traveled to El Salvador Wednesday to try to secure the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. The Department of Justice has said Abrego Garcia was in the country illegally and a member of the MS-13 gang. Van Hollen said the vice president of El Salvador told him the government does not have information linking Abrego Garcia with MS-13. The Supreme Court ruled last week the Trump administration must facilitate Abrego Garcia's return to the U.S. I'm Brian Shook.
Stocks closed mixed today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 527 points. The S&P 500 gained 7 points. The Nasdaq shed 20 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
A feud seems to be brewing between New Jersey Attorney General Matt Platkin and President Trump's interim U.S. Attorney for the state, Alina Habba.
Matt Platkin told news reporters on Thursday that Alina Habba hasn't responded to his efforts to talk with her. This after Habba announced on Fox News last week that her office is investigating Platkin and Governor Phil Murphy for not cooperating with ICE on Trump's immigration policies.
She still has not wanted to speak, which is the first for me.
Platkin says Habba's refusal to have any phone time with him is having an impact on a major case he's working on right now.
The way you protect people in our state is not doing TV interviews. It's not tweeting.
I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
At least 35 students at the University of California, San Diego have had their visas revoked.
The number includes the 6 students reported earlier this month, with the nearly 3 dozen part of a nationwide effort from the Trump administration to respond to anti-Semitic protests on college campuses. Union Tribune says there are more than 7,000 international students overall at UCSD. 4 students at San Diego State and 1 at the University of San Diego have also had visas revoked. I'm Jack Cronin.
Chinese retail sites Shein and Temu says their prices are going up next week.
That's because of President Trump's tariffs. Trump has also ended a duty-free exemption for goods worth less than $800, which helped bring in some 1.4 billion packages to the U.S. last year. The companies have built an American customer base in the millions because of their low prices. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, as we make our way into a Friday. Turn the page on the calendar, 18th day of April. It's Good Friday, no less. One other tidbit in regards to the shooter, some of the information that has been released by law enforcement. They tell us Eichner was quoted by the Florida State University student newspaper back in January during a campus protest of President Trump. Eichner was identified by FSUnews.com as being among some 15 protesters against Trump's agenda days before the inauguration. A quote here, "These people are usually pretty entertaining, usually not for good reasons." Eichner, identified as a political science major, told the newspaper, "I think it's a little too late." He's, meaning Trump, already going to be inaugurated on January 20th. And there's not really much you can do unless you outright revolt. And I don't think anyone wants that. FSUnews.com has since removed that quote since the shooting this past day. Now, Florida State University is one of Florida's 12 public universities with its main campus in Tallahassee. About 44,000 students enrolled in the university, according to their 2024 fact sheet. In 2014, the main library was the site of a shooting that wounded 3 people in a case where officers shot and killed the gunman in that case, which was a 31-year-old Myron May. Nonetheless, the university has canceled all classes, all events through today, Good Friday. They've also canceled any home athletic events that were slated through Easter Sunday. So that's just a little bit of what we know about this individual at this point in time. I want to say good morning to Pappy. What's happening?
Good Friday to you, sir.
Indeed it is.
Yes, sir. Steve, I think all your nocturnal listeners would back me on this. I think if there was ever a time to hand out a big cookie, I give my nomination for the big cookie tonight to Mr. Scarecrow. Touching call, Steve. We've exchanged several texts in the last several months. Tried to keep him motivated. He'll know what I mean by that.
Right. Right.
It's funny that he made this call on Good Friday, although I don't consider what he did a sin. But the moral of the story is, and we don't judge people here. There's only one entity that judges people, or human beings. That surely ain't none of us. Momentary lapse in judges, we may say, yeah. But see, we have all made momentary lapse of judgments in our lives. And believe you me, he paid the price for it, man. And you kind of hate to see that, man. I mean, Steve, if he honestly now, if he just got done telling us the truth, what did he say? 69 years old, clean driving record. Obviously, he has to have one because he's got a CDL, right? And no serious traffic violations of this sort in his life before. And, this happens. The only issue I have is we see people out here, Steve, committing these types of offenses over and over and over, and a lot of them don't lose their livelihood like this man just did.
Right.
So, thank God that officers still have discretion here. You crash into another car and cause injuries to somebody else. Well, sorry about your luck, Incident like this, I'll just leave it at that. But Steve, I'm really, really glad he called in. I know the show misses him. I know you missed him calling in. I did. I look forward to hearing his calls every night. Great family man from everything. But Steve, I never talked to him personally. Steve, this is funny, man. And we have said this throughout the years, that you can form a connection with people through your show that you haven't even met or talked to. And that's just funny how life works, man. It's funny how your show works. Well, great kids. Kids made great accomplishments. He's made great accomplishments. So, man, listen, we all get kicked in the kahunas once in a while. And you pull your big boy pants up and move on. So hopefully, if he decides to jump back in that big rig here, whenever he's able to, if he decides to, more power to him. If he decides not to, more power to him. I just hope this incident doesn't reflect on him for the rest of his life. It is what it is, man.
Right. But the point he was making that, he's not on duty. He's not driving a big truck. It's your weekend. You're out there. So you're having a good time, but even not injuring anyone else. But that the impacts of just having the CDL. I guess he was trying to point out that it doesn't matter. Your CDL, if it's important to you, I guess call an Uber. Is that what he's trying to say?
Yeah. See, we had one of my officers. Well, I shouldn't say my officers. One of the guys on my squad a few months ago had an OVI. He was a young man. He had a CDL. He used to drive a truck, but he got out of it. He was no longer really even needed a CDL, but it was still valid. And on the ALS form that we fill out, it specifically says if the driver is a CDL holder, changes everything. There's a specific charge for that. Being a CDL holder, they take it quite seriously. It is what it is, So anyway, hey, good cookie nomination for Scarecrow there. He's a good man. Let's move on to this Florida shooting. Once again, Steve, the media real quick to put out info. A lot of times we need to hold a little bit and let's get some more facts. They were real quick to put out that this was a son of a deputy sheriff down in Florida.
Correct.
Who apparently got his hands on one of her weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, if this is all true, God forbid it's her duty weapon, you know me, Steve, I'm a big two-way man. Nobody supports the Second Amendment more than I do. But you got responsibilities as an adult and a parent and a law enforcement officer that nobody's supposed to get their hands on your duty weapon. You need to take precautions. Now, we don't know. Like I said in the past, did he get a torch out and break open a safe to get into that? Or was this thing laying on top of a refrigerator?
Mm-hmm.
Even if it wasn't her, quote, duty weapon, unquote. Stevie, this day and age, man, you just can't leave firearms laying around, dude. I'm sorry. We'll see what comes of it. Not going to speculate on the reason for the shooting because we don't know yet. Even though the right-wing media is throwing it out, he apparently didn't think much of President Trump,
mm-hmm.
which is still speculation, I guess, at this point. I don't know. I don't know if it really matters. You got 2 people dead and 6 people injured. The only question that I would like answered, and we talked about this before with these school shootings, with these young adults. Was he on any medication, Steve? Was he diagnosed ADHD, bipolar, any of this stuff where, you know, how many times have we talked in the past? We found out it's a fact that a majority of these young kids committing these shootings were placed on, I guess, for lack of a better term, psych medication, pumping this stuff into these kids. So that would be my only question. I'd be curious whether or not he was been put on any of these types of medications. I mean, we could go through the list. Adderall. I mean, just go down the list.
Right.
So, man,
as the case more often than not, the shooter, in most cases, the shooter ends up deceased. So in this case, he will be able to answer some of these questions, and maybe we'll be able because he's still alive, and maybe he'll be forthcoming. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, we still don't know what happened here. All we know is we got 2 people dead and 4 injured. You know, what happened here? What caused this?
Yeah.
You know, was there something going on at the school with him? You know, was he being bullied? I mean, there's just, Steve.
Always the questions.
Speculate.
Always. And I mean, for the one eyewitness that said he first stepped out with a shotgun. I mean, I guess thank God that jammed, because one blast with a shotgun can injure numerous people.
Yeah, that's definitely a deadly weapon. I mean, no doubt about that. All right, I guess that's Senator. What's his name? Daggone it. Von Holland.
Right.
Down to El Salvador.
Yes.
Try to bring this dude back. Dude, I'm telling you, man. If he would have succeeded, I posted something on Facebook. Treason, part of treason, Steve. Treason is giving aid and comfort to the enemy. If I'm not mistaken, President Trump declared these gang leaders, several of them, put them on the terrorist watch list.
Correct.
Made them terrorists. As far as I'm concerned, you give aid and comfort to any of these gang members committing crimes against the U.S. citizens, it's an act of treason in my book, Steve. Real quick, I'll get off of here. You were talking about should these dreamers, right, be able to be hired on as law enforcement and or the military. I say absolutely not. Absolutely not. There's no way, in my mind, you're going to have a non-citizen of this country put handcuffs and arrest and take the liberty away of a U.S. citizen. Not happening in my book. I'll vote that down every day. You want to get in law enforcement? You become a citizen. Same way with the military. There's too much stuff that can happen in the military. Are they really going in it for the right reasons? You know, could they cause some, trying to find the right word here, man. My old Alzheimer's kicking in again. You know, destruction, spying, that sort of thing. You want to go in the military? You become a citizen. I'll support you. You become a citizen, meet all the criteria. Roger on, man. Sign up. I'll fight next to you. Until then, it's a no in my book. All right, Steve, I appreciate it. Good show you got going on. Good to hear from Big Ed, and good to hear from Scarecrow.
The Big Cookie.
I know he goes to bed. He goes to Big Cookie. I know he's not up as late as he used to be. So maybe at least you'll get to call back in towards the beginning of the show. So, all right, Steve, appreciate you taking the call.
All
Everybody
right.
have a good Friday, good weekend, happy Easter.
Good Friday. Yeah, happy Easter. Thank you very much. Eagle, what's happening this Friday?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm still here. I got things to talk about, controversial things to talk about, Steve. I want to get started with this judge. Well, not the judge, but this congressman.
Senator
from
Van Hollen. He's a senator.
Or senator or congressman, or whatever the hell he is. You had a guy call in last night. What's his name? Blind Man. I think he said he lives in Maryland.
Yep.
He said he's trying to get the hell out of Maryland. I've been to Maryland before. I don't go there no longer. And I'm glad I don't go there. Very, very leftist run city and state, Baltimore. Crack city, crack alley. Baltimore is just a miserable rat hole. And I know you got a listener that lives in the Baltimore area. If he gets offended, oh well. I'm calling like I see it. But like I said, Steve, this guy here goes down to El Salvador. He ought to be. He shouldn't even be allowed to come back into the country. He ought to lose his seat to have the gall and the audacity to go down. I've listened to other talk shows, daytime shows, and everybody's saying the same thing I'm saying, and you saying other people. This guy here has some nerve to go down to El Salvador and try to request a visit with this man, and sit down and talk to this guy. Even under the orders of Donald Trump, has already told this idiot that the guy's not coming back to the U.S. And the El Salvadorian president said the same thing, but yet he had the nerve to go down there, and he even had the nerve to say, Steve, that he was going to even have other Democrats take a visit down to El Salvador. So this guy here, it's obvious that he's a turncoat. He puts other illegal people, gang members. They already, that one lady, her mother, her daughter got killed from Maryland, and she told about the gruesome way that she was executed by these people in the White House. And this guy has the nerve to go down there. It's like a slap in the face to that lady, and then all girls all over America what this guy did, and it is not going to stop. That's the sad part about it, Steve, is that it's not going to stop, and there's nothing they can do. And another person that's totally out of line, and Donald Trump, he's from what I'm understanding, he's trying to get her barred from coming. Huh? What'd you say?
I didn't say anything. Listening in.
Oh, yeah. He's trying to get her barred from coming to the White House, and that's Caitlin Collins. She's basically took over for Don Lemon when they removed him from CNN television, and Jake the Snake Tapper. All of them are losers, but she's the top of the line now with her bogus questions, and Donald Trump calls her out just like he was supposed to do. Just the other day when he said she's a low rate reporter for a low rate television station. CNN is nothing but trash and garbage. As far as I'm concerned, Steve, they shouldn't even be allowed to come to the White House and ask Donald Trump, because it's obvious that they on the left and that they're not on Trump's side and not on America's side, if you really want to be frank about the situation. And I told you this long time ago, Steve, CNN is, you best believe that CNN television is not in my home. You best believe that. It might be in somebody else's home, but it damn sure ain't gonna play on my television. I promise you that, because I want to hear the truth. When I turn on my television dial, Steve, and hear about the news around the world, I want to hear the truth, not CNN's version of the story. So the hell with CNN and Caitlin Collins and anybody associated with her at this point. Now, another person that's in the news, Steve, that I've been fed up with this individual, and why they still employed, I still can't figure it out. Why they still got a gig in the White House, and that's this one guy. Well, what is this guy's name? Donald Trump made a comment about him today, Steve. Is he the Treasury Secretary, or this guy who Donald Trump said that they seem to think that Donald Trump can't get rid of him? This guy here goes back. Well, I don't know what position. I forgot what his exact position is.
He's the Federal Reserve. He's the Federal Reserve Chairman. He's Jerome Powell, and he's the one that makes the decisions on whether to increase interest rates or reduce interest rates. So that's. But hey, we got to pause there. So let me take care of the news break. Yeah, Jerome Powell. Trump wants him gone. But it would it'd stir up a big stink if he tried to fire him. It is 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 2 are dead and 6 injured in a mass shooting at Florida State University.
The gunman, the son of a Leon County Sheriff's deputy. Sheriff Walt McNeil says Eichner was able to get hold of one of his mother's weapons.
So he has been steeped in the Leon County Sheriff's Office family, engaged in a number of training programs that we have.
The 2 victims killed in the attack were not FSU students. Reed Shepard, Tampa.
We're learning more details about an FBI raid in Warren County, Ohio.
20-year-old James Phillips was allegedly making homemade bombs. He's now facing federal charges. It all stems from police in Lebanon being called to a soccer complex last year in the middle of the night, allegedly finding 2 men parked near an improvised explosive device in the lot. Federal investigators say cell phone pings led them to Phillips, and he was allegedly found with video evidence of other bomb detonations and more. I'm Jack Crumley.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Picking up where we left off, in regards to Eagle brought up the Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell this past day. See, when this guy speaks, the market reacts. Every word the Federal Reserve Chair, no matter who it is, has a dramatic impact on where the markets go. And I think Trump's pretty convinced that Jerome Powell wants to do anything in his power to make Trump look bad, if that makes sense. Powell cautioned about the growth outlook during his address, and he held off on lowering interest rates this past day. To which Trump responded, saying Powell's interest rate reductions will be too late. and his termination cannot come fast enough. Not that he's going to attempt to fire him, but the end of his term is sometime like May of next year. That can't come fast enough, is what Trump was saying. He said the European Central Bank is expected to cut interest rates for the 7th time. And yet, too late, Jerome Powell, who's always too late and wrong, yesterday issued a report which was another and typical complete mess. Oil prices are down. Groceries, even eggs are down. The USA is getting rich on tariffs. Too late should have lowered interest rates like the European Central Bank long ago. But he should certainly lower them now. His termination can't come fast enough, but that's more than a year from now, as his second 4-year term as chair of the Fed ends May of 26. Now, Trump's remarks of his being too late after he said on Wednesday, the Federal Reserve can stay patient and wait to see how tariffs and other economic policies of the Trump administration play out before making any changes. As the great Chicagoan Ferris Bueller once noted, life moves pretty fast, Powell said. For the time being, we're well positioned to wait for greater clarity on the impact of policy changes in areas such as immigration, taxation, regulation, and tariffs. The sharp volatility we've seen, though, in the financial markets since the tariff announcement, only to put most of them on hold about a week later, has led to speculation about whether the Fed would soon cut its key interest rate or take other steps to try and calm investors. Yet the Fed is unlikely to intervene unless there's a breakdown in the market for Treasury securities or other malfunctions, according to economists. But with his words, stocks fell further. The S&P 500 index dropped more than 2% in afternoon trading. In his prepared remarks, Powell was reiterating that the Trump tariffs are significantly larger than anticipated. The same is likely to be true of the economic effects, which will include higher inflation and slower growth. Powell also said the Fed could face threats to both of the mandates that they've been given by Congress to achieve maximum employment and maintain stable prices. Now, should both inflation and unemployment rise, he said that would be a challenging scenario because the Fed would essentially have to choose whether to keep interest rates high to fight inflation or cut them to spur growth in hiring. Our tool only does one of those two things at the same time, not both. Now, he said many Fed officials have signaled previously that they're more concerned about tariffs pushing inflation higher than their potential hit on growth. That would mean that even if the economy weakened, the Fed might keep rates elevated trying to combat inflation. But what he doesn't allude to or even mention in his comments is there's the pause on the tariffs that have brought dozens, 75 to 100 nations to the table, the discussions that are taking place to work out deals with all these countries. In other words, these tariffs that Trump suggested initially ultimately will not be anything near what he outlined on April 2nd when all is said and done. But I don't think they're taking that into consideration. So let Eagle finish up there. I know he's not a fan of Jerome Powell. All right, go ahead, Eagle.
Yeah, okay, you explained just about everything that I was getting ready to say. But, well, it's obvious, like I say, Donald Trump can't get rid of the guy. You just said that he's scheduled to stay on the job until May of 2026. But Donald Trump made it real clear today in the comments I heard that if he could get rid of him, he would be out.
Yeah.
And if I had my way, he'd be out. It ain't no way in hell ain't no way he'd stay on the job until May 2026. I promise you that. If I was running things. Now let me talk about this situation down in Florida, Steve. Another shooting. Well, another shooting that takes place in America. I lost track. We don't have so many shootings over the last few years. It's you can't even. I'm not going to even waste my time trying to count how many school shootings, churches, banks, whatever, and the amount of lives. Don't tell how many lives been lost. Now, let's talk about this deal. We were the same deal every time, Steve. You got the Democrats. They already crying and moaning and groaning, talking about we got to get these damn guns off the street. And like Trump said today when they asked him a question about it, the gun is not the problem. The problem is the individual behind the gun. They're not doing a damn thing to help these people. They're not opening up no kind of facilities, mental institutions. They're not trying to help people get off of drugs. They try to stop this type of violence. The guns are not the problem. The guns, if you listen to your newscast, Steve, during your break, they clearly tell you that if the officers wouldn't have got involved today, it would have been a whole lot more than 6 or 7, 8 people that got shot. It would have been a whole lot more. The only reason this individual didn't kill more people is because the police with a gun got involved in the situation and shot the guy and put an end to the deal. That's the end, like I say. So good guys with guns save the day, Steve. You can't have a so-called gun-free zone because that's what these shooters look for, is a gun-free zone. That's why they continue to go to schools and colleges, because they know damn more than likely ain't nobody got no gun to stop them. And like I always tell you after these shootings, Steve, name me one time somebody has tried to go to a state penitentiary or a police station and try to have a shootout in there. And because you know why they don't do that? Because they know how it'll turn out. And I'm sure that Pappy will agree with everything I say. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. I had saved this up from, let me see here. This was dated March 18th. Maybe that's a good time because it kind of falls right in line with what he's saying there. The story was data compiled by the Crime Prevention Research Center shows that armed civilians stop more mass shootings than police do. The American Thinker pointed to the CPRC data, noting not only that concealed carriers stop more mass shootings, but that concealed carriers do so with fewer mistakes. The CPRC, Crime Prevention Research Center President John Lott, observed that his group did a deep dive into active shooter scenarios between 2014 and 2023 and found not only do permit holders succeed in stopping active shooters at a higher rate, but law enforcement officers face significantly greater risks when intervening. Our research found police were nearly 6 times more likely to be killed and 17% more likely to be wounded than armed civilians. He explained from 2014 to 2023, researchers found that armed civilians stopped 180 of 515 active shooting cases. Of those attacks in places where people were allowed to carry, we found permit holders stopped 158 of 307 instances. In all those instances, an innocent bystander was shot only one time. On the other hand, in the 156 cases stopped by law enforcement, we found police accidentally shot the wrong person in 4 cases, killing fellow officers twice and civilians twice. Now, he summarized, these findings highlight a reality that's often ignored, which is responsible gun owners save lives. concealed handgun permit holders are not reckless vigilantes, but they are law-abiding citizens who step up in moments of crisis when seconds matter and police may be minutes away. Every second counts. I just found that rather interesting. Responsible gun owners. All right, let's see what's going on with, Brother Rambler's off for a few days. It's the Brother Rambler impersonator.
Good morning, God's children. Yes, it's the Rambler impersonator. The man who aspires to one day be considered the rich little of the overnight drive. Yes, of God's children, it is Good Friday, the day that our Lord and Savior gave his life for all of our sins. I'm calling to remind everybody that there's at 5 o'clock this evening, no, it's 7 o'clock this evening, Central Time, 8 o'clock Eastern Time, we will be holding a Good Friday service at Determined Ministries Church. We go live on Facebook, and on Sunday, Easter Sunday, we will have a Easter service at 5 p.m. Central, 6 o'clock Eastern. We hope everybody can attend our services. We hope that everybody has a pleasant Easter weekend. And you know, Steve, after the services on Sunday, there's another show that comes on there about midnight Eastern and 11 o'clock Central. Could you give us a little words on that wonderful show?
Yeah, sure, Brother Rambler impersonator. That'd be the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. We'll be back live at the midnight hour Sunday night.
Yes, folks, that's right. Go over there and get some of them great Hot Shot Secret products and some of that Stay Bill from Eagle Products and such. Then go over there to the Overnight Drive store, and get some of them coffee mugs and keep your beverages cold or warm, you know.
It's overnightdriveradio.com. Get it right, Rambler. Overnightdriveradio.com.
Yeah, well, yes. You know, it's it. Yes. Overnightdriveradio.com. Yes. Well, I'll finish with this. Yeah. Love is just not a four-letter word. It's something you got to react. It's something you got to feel.
Uh-huh.
And if Jesus can love you, then and he does. Brother Rambler impersonator can love you, and
does.
I do. I hope everybody has a safe, happy Easter weekend. Take care, brothers, and God bless, brothers.
All right, he tried. I knew he'd screw up. Love is more than just a four-letter word.
At Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
We'll get to Brain Dead coming up here. Got some NASCAR news and notes and some rumors. And I'd come across this past day with Tony Stewart, Smoke, with his first top fuel victory in the NHRA last weekend. Everybody been talking about, is there anything that this guy can't successfully race? Someone, I guess, did the research. They dug it up. Tony Stewart Championships, 3-time NASCAR Cup Series champion. NASCAR Cup Series champion as an owner, a.k.a. Kevin Harvick. IndyCar champion. 4-time United States Auto Club USAC champion. Superstar Racing Experience SRX champion. International Race of Champions champion. That's the IROC series. World Karting Association champion. NHRA North Central Division champion. Cars that Tony Stewart has won in. It's incredible. The NASCAR Cup, NASCAR Xfinity, NASCAR Trucks, ARCA, IndyCar, Midgets, Silver Crown, IROC, SRX, NHRA Top Fuel Dragster, NHRA Top Alcohol Dragster, 410 Winged Sprint Car, 360 Winged Sprint Car, 410 Non-Wing Sprint Car, Dirt Late Models, Pavement Late Model, Super Modified, UMP Dirt Car Modified, Big Block Modified, Small Block Modified, IMCA Modified, and 3/4 Midget. I know he's raced a lot of things, but what is he not want to race in? The guy is incredible. All right, welcome aboard, Brain Dead.
Morning, Steve. Happy Friday to you. So I know your plans for the weekend is going to spend time with the Easter Bunny and the kiddos, right?
I suspect I'll be hiding eggs at some point in time, yeah. And I'll be the one delegated to, we need some cash to put in the golden eggs, Papaw.
No, you got that debit card. You can go to the ATM down at the convenience store again, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, me and Dingbat will be working all weekend. We'll make time for each other. But real quick, I think it was Eagle that was talking about the rehabs and the mental health. DOGE has really cut back on the amount of funding that goes to these programs. There's a problem. We has had a drug rehab center here close because they couldn't get a government grant to get them through the next year. A lot of these drug and alcohol programs, rehabs, are self-funding. They don't really take insurance in. They manage off of donations and they manage off of government state funding. So when you take that out, how do you get people into rehab and to get off of the drugs? Same thing with mental health. A lot of these insurance companies are cutting back on mental health. Kroger has a mental health program, and it's totally free for us if we need it. And they really help us out on mental health. Take, for example, the mass shooting that we had here about 4 or 5 years ago at the store in Collierville. A lot of those people had to go through this program, and that's when they really started cranking up the mental health issues.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's really it's like you complain about the problem, but you try to solve the problem and you can't solve the problem. So, real quick, did you see the umpire in one of the baseball games that got hit in the head with a foul ball?
No, did not. No.
He got hit square in the head with a 100-mile-an-hour fastball.
Wow.
He was a first base umpire. Yeah, and don't get me wrong, the medical cart didn't have to come out and run out of gas to pick him up. Because I showed that video to Dingbat today, and she was like, "You were right. The whole Benny Hill theme song just popped into my head." But he's taken off the field, and he's doing fine. He had no major injuries, so to speak, with that. So,
okay.
Yes. So, yes, I heard Captain Ron earlier in the show. Yes, the trucks and the Infiniti are running this weekend at Rockingham. And I got a rumor about that, too, coming up here in just a second. But they're running tonight is the trucks. Saturday night is Xfinity. So, at least we got some form of racing action while they're getting ready for the Crash Fest. I mean, Talladega. So. But now back to Rockingham. There's a rumor that surfaced today that they're talking about taking the Cup cars back to Rockingham. And, of course, remember, Rockingham hasn't been run in like 20 years. I think it was like 04, 05 the last time they ran the Cup cars out there. But the thing is, though, if you run a race there, you've got to take a race from somebody. So who do you take that race from? I mean, yes, the topic will come up, okay, well, we need to pull out of the race in Mexico. Valid point. But the other elephant in the room, and I'm going to tie this together, is the Chicago street race. This is the last year for that contract for the street race. Now, the rumors and rumblings have this going to San Diego, and that they've been in the talks and in the works to get this in San Diego. Because they want to run this in a downtown setting, like how the Indy cars have a few races that run on these downtown street courses. But because Southern California is their number one market, Chicago's number 3. So you tore down Fontana. Where do you put a race out there? We've been discussing that forever.
Right. Well, yeah. Well, hold that thought there, Brain Dead, because we're rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 2 are dead and 6 injured in a mass shooting at Florida State University, and the shooter was no stranger to Tallahassee area law enforcement.
The gunman, the son of a Leon County Sheriff's deputy. Sheriff Walt McNeil says Eichner was able to get hold of one of his mother's weapons, which was found at the scene.
So he has been steeped in the Leon County Sheriff's Office family, engaged in a number of training programs that we have. So it's not a surprise to us that he had access to weapons.
The 2 victims killed in the attack were not FSU students. Classes and other activities been canceled through the day Friday. Reed Shepard, Tampa.
Luigi Mangione is being indicted on federal charges for the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson.
Mangione has been accused of shooting and killing Thompson back in December. On Thursday, a federal jury in New York returned a 4-count indictment against him. He's been officially charged with 2 counts of stalking, a firearms offense, and murder with a firearm. The last charge makes him eligible for the death penalty if convicted. I'm Brian Shook.
President Trump says his administration is fighting what he calls anti-Christian bias in the U.S.
Trump held an Easter prayer service Wednesday night in the Blue Room of the White House, attended by religious leaders like the Reverend Franklin Graham and White House faith advisor Paula White-Cain.
So there's so much to celebrate this Easter. This is really, I hope, going to be one of the great Easters ever, because we have something going that I don't think this country has seen in 100 years.
Trump also promoted his new White House Faith Office. As Holy Week continues, the White House is expected to host a Passover event today to celebrate the Jewish holiday that ends this weekend. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Stocks are closing mixed on the final day of trading this week.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 527 points. The S&P 500 gained 7 points. The Nasdaq shed 20 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Authorities are announcing another big violent gang takedown in New York City.
Authorities say 20 alleged gang members have been indicted out of the Cortona section of the Bronx for a series of violent incidents, including 13 shootings. Most are in custody. Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch says they terrorized the neighborhood.
In one case, 6 rounds were fired at a city bus as people were getting off. In another, bullets flew just feet from a family standing on the sidewalk with 2 small children.
The announcement comes just a week after authorities charged 16 people in a massive gun violence gang takedown in East Harlem. Scott Pringle, New York.
It's been 100 days since the January wildfires that ravaged 2 communities in Los Angeles.
It's been 100 days of resilience, 100 days of a community and our city refusing to give up.
Mayor Karen Bass says the recovery effort from the fires has been inspirational to the entire world. She announced that all the debris from the library in the Pacific Palisades has been removed, and they are now ready to rebuild. Bass adds the costs of rebuilding the library will be 100% reimbursed from FEMA. Lyft is venturing over to Europe.
The ride-hailing service announced Wednesday that it's acquiring FreeNow. It's a European taxi app which serves 9 countries, including the United Kingdom, Ireland, and Italy. The company is currently owned by German automakers BMW and Mercedes-Benz. Lyft says the deal is worth nearly $200 million and is hoping to close on it later this year. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it,
Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, another hour as we roll into Friday. Happy Good Friday to you. As we make our way into Easter weekend. Yeah, it was great to hear from Scarecrow earlier. I had no idea he was going to share the rest of the story, the whole story. You know, that's undoubtedly a difficult thing to do. And all the responses we've seen, I'm looking here at some of the comments after his call. Mary Ann said, Scarecrow, you're awesome. God bless you, your family, and happy Easter. Cripshot is on board. Morning, Steve, all the truckers and listeners out there. All right, Gary said, sorry to hear about that, Scarecrow. 5-7 said, you did your time. It's over. Welcome home, Scarecrow. All right, very good. Scrolling on down the line. Who else we got on board? Sylvester says, happy Easter Friday, Good Friday. Had a great church service this morning. He said the majority of Australia shuts down. All the retail shuts down, as do most of the restaurants. It was a perfect day today. Temperature about 70 degrees. Mostly clear skies here in Currambong, New South Wales. Well, happy Easter to you there, Sylvester. I got an email from James, I believe it was. Yeah, James. He says, good morning, Steve. Just wanted to touch on Scarecrow's story and offer some words of encouragement. Keep your head up. It's not the end of the world. It is recoverable. Even though the world makes you feel like the biggest piece of doo-doo ever, it almost feels like the world wouldn't look as down on you as if you'd shot somebody. I speak from experience. I, too, got a DUI back in 2015. Yeah, there was no crash, no one hurt. I just got pulled over for speeding a little. I worked for the city of Dayton, just north of you. Lost my job due to license suspension. Luckily, my license did not expire while suspended, so I was able to retain my CDL. I thought it was the end of the world, but I did get a job. Then in 2018, I got a trucking job with a small local company. Drove for them 5 years, then changed companies and living good now. Making great money and a ton of paid time off. So it's definitely not the end of the world, although it seems like it is. But thank you for sharing with us, Scarecrow. Very good. All right, I did a quick search there, as I had not caught the story about the umpire. Yeah, that's pretty scary. MLB umpire Hunter Wendelstedt was able to walk off the field after taking a line drive to the head, working first base during the game between the Twins and the Mets. It was the 7th inning, Minnesota with a 3-0 lead. Mets outfielder Tyrone Taylor hit a line drive down the first base line that hit Wendelstedt square in the head, sent him falling to the ground. Trainers immediately tended to Wendelstedt as he remained face down on the ground. He was eventually able to stand up and walk off the field with medical staff by his side, did not return to the game. Baseball, MLB released a statement saying Hunter is undergoing additional tests in Minneapolis. We're encouraged that he was in good spirits when he was in touch with our medical staff. All right, umpires not working home plate, they say, are not required to wear helmets. Now, the Mets manager told reporters after the game, we heard that he was doing fine after being hit in the head. So I'm glad he's doing well. At 53 years old, he's a veteran umpire. It's his 28th season with Major League Baseball. He actually worked the 2014 World Series, but boy, I know that had to hurt big time. Wow.
That was just about as bad as when Yadier Molina got hit in the man parts here a few years back. Yeah, off the foul ball that bounced off the plate and hit him in the
ouch.
that sensitive spot. Yeah. But real quick though, there's also rumors that if they can't get it in San Diego that they're currently talking with, supposedly, they're going to take it to the Northwest. But taking it to Southern Cal, I don't really see, because remember the Clash, the first year, yes, sellout crowd, no problem. And then as the newness wore off, everybody quit going. Same thing with Fontana. Fontana couldn't get sold out, so they just kept, the fans kept not going. But the other thing too about Chicago is if they give up the street course, does it go back to Chicagoland Speedway? Because that Speedway's been sitting there dormant here for a few years now, and it needs a lot of upgrades and improvements. So does NASCAR put the improvements into Chicagoland, or do they keep the street course? Because remember, they still owe a couple $1 million to the Chicago PD. Thanks to Captain Ron for sending this to me. Brian Vickers' wife and Brian Vickers and his wife are divorcing. I didn't catch this one yet, but apparently she has ties with Jeffrey Epstein because she was his assistant. So thanks, Captain Ron. So anyway, Daniel Suarez's contract at Trackhouse is going to be up at the end of the year. Now, the major rumor has it that Connors Village is going to move up from the Xfinity. But who takes that ride? Because either Shane Van Gisbergen's got to leave or Suarez has got to leave, because if Suarez doesn't re-sign, there's a seat for him, because he only exercised a 1-year option on his contract, and they can't do anything with Ross Chastain because Ross Chastain has multiple years left on his contract. Now, here's something else to pay attention to. Remember here, several months back, we were talking about Dodge coming back into NASCAR, and yes, I know it's Ram into trucks, but Dodge back into the Cup Series.
Right.
The big question is, who do they align with? Who do they get to go run their cars? I know Hendrick and Childress are not going to leave Chevrolet no matter what, but the thinking is that Trackhouse is going to leave because they're under the Hendrick banner and under the Hendrick stronghold. But now, mind you, Dodge is coming back in the Cup Series, they said, in about 3 years. Now, you got Netflix, if I remember right.
Correct.
Was it? I can't remember that show. Full Speed Season 2 is coming back May the 7th. They're going to go behind the scenes with Logano, Ryan Blaney, Byron, Christopher Bell, and Daniel Suarez and their family. Now, Steve, you know we've talked about the lawsuit, about the charter lawsuit, so go ahead and start banging your head against the wall, because I know it's getting deep. Because I know that thumping sound when I hear it. I know it ain't your wallet hitting the ATM machine again. NASCAR has filed a counterclaim to this counterclaim. I give up. Now, the evidence they have comes from 200,000 documents and emails and texts and everything else during their discovery. NASCAR says they want the counterclaims. The counterclaim is illegally concluded to obtain a letter from the charter terms, and that 2311 claims that the negotiations were cohorted. I can't pronounce that word right now. Concerted actions, where they were individually negotiating with the teams and not collectively. So, Steve, with that being said, my friend, you have a good weekend. I'm going to go down here to Jackson, Mississippi, and we'll be listening.
All right, everybody wants their ham dinners, I guess. Isn't Easter a big ham weekend, I think? I do believe. Roll it up on 16 past the hour. 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, when winter winds down and all the salt residue gets washed off the roadways, what do you have left? Potholes. Everywhere. From CDL Life this past day, potholes, they say, in the Detroit area, causing big-time headaches for people who live there, including truck drivers. Residents in Clinton Township, just outside of Detroit, say that the potholes in the Detroit area are so bad that they're damaging vehicles. Yeah, the poor roads are also causing safety issue because drivers are paying more attention to avoiding potholes than oncoming traffic. Let's see. One driver says, I've come through here with, of course, a box truck as well as a semi. And I got to tell you, I've actually blown a tire on an 18-wheeler. I've had a lot of days watching people try to avoid potholes, almost hit other people because they're more worried about hitting a deep hole in the road than they are about hitting another car. Resident truck drivers aren't the only ones who've noticed the severe deteriorating conditions on the roads. Local leaders say it's been a challenge to obtain funding for road repair due to outdated financial formulas. Those vintage formulas prioritize road funding for main roads in Michigan, but does not allocate much for residential streets. That formula is called Public Act 51 of 1951. It hasn't really changed since then, according to the township supervisor. We have 203 miles of subdivision streets in this township. 122 of them are actually ranked poor to failed. He said the only way to fix potholes in the Detroit areas is for residents to lobby their legislators for solutions to the ongoing problem. Now, this is about engaging the residents to make sure the state's making that commitment to local roads, particularly in southeast Michigan. It is a severe, intractable issue. We need to be able to fix this to make it easier for residents to get involved in the process of fixing potholes in the Detroit area. Clinton Township has created a letter template that you can send to state legislators asking for a solution to the poor road conditions. Now, the township's also going to be hosting a forum entitled Driving Change coming up on April 30th, which is intended to inspire residents to get involved and advocate for more solutions. But you're talking a heck of a pothole if you're going to blow an 18-wheeler tire. Good morning to the right-wing nut.
Yes, right-wing nut. Yeah, I tell you what, Scarecrow, you got me all teary-eyed there, and a sad story, but it's a good story. So we all thank you for opening up to us and telling us what all went on with you. Hey, who's that? Oh, hell, his name is Walsh. I think he had a kid named Adam that was abducted in a Walmart, and they named a code after, what's the guy's name? Sam Walsh or some Dean Walsh, whatever. He's got a podcast, and I was going down on Facebook and looking around, and there he is. He's telling Donald Trump to F.O., and he's telling other people to F.O. because that MS-13 character didn't get his due diligence. Due process, I guess is what's called. Brr, yeah, so I went ahead and I told him, I said, well, you know, if you're exercising your First Amendment right, here's mine. And I told him, why don't you F.O.? Oh, he's mad saying that old boy's rights were abused. He didn't even have due process. And I'm thinking, hell, they got a damn timeline of when he was found to be an MS-13 member by reputable sources when he was given his deportation paperwork, ship out. I said, you know, it's just the fact that the guy didn't get it. It wasn't exercised to get him out of here. So it took Donald Trump a second term to get all the rats out of the offices that he's got his people in. And he finally went out there and started doing their damn jobs. So, I don't know. I think Heatwave is right. I'd sell tickets for all them damn jackasses to go down to El Salvador and get thrown into the prisons. Yeah, that'd be a pretty good fight, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, let's see here. Reanimation. You know, with Jesus coming back out of the grave and saying Happy Easter, y'all. I understand Heatwave was talking to Big Ed earlier this evening after he got off the phone. I was talking to Heatwave about it, and apparently Big Ed was talking about, with all these scientists going out there and reanimating extinct animals like the woolly mouse and the three sheep or whatever the hell those things were. Wolves, yeah. Something's been gone for 13,000 years. Well, what happens if some damn fool goes out there to the graveyard and digs up Jeffrey Dahmer or
yeah, right?
the son of Sam?
Bring him back.
I mean, yeah. Well, would the formaldehyde that was shot into him, would that, that pickling juice, would that screw up the DNA, or that just preserves it for future use? That's kind of a scary damn thought, ain't it? Of course, then again, they'd have to grow up. But I'm sure the next time around, they would have the proper parental controls. In other words, they're going to get their ass busted when they do something wrong. So, anyways, well, today is Good Friday, but I still keep hearing people talk about TGIF. It's like, toes always go in first. And they say, no, thank God it's Friday. I still don't get it. Well, you have yourself a good weekend. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, well, maybe one of these days you'll figure it out there. Yeah. Is it amazing to you, like it is to me, just how much attention this illegal is garnering? One guy, illegal. Yeah, why are they making such a big to-do about this? The Hartford County, Maryland Sheriff, Jeff Goller, says this illegal, this 29-year-old Abrego Garcia that's getting all this national attention, the illegal alien that was deported back to his native El Salvador, he said is 1,000% a member of the violent MS-13 gang, as well as a documented domestic abuser. All this attention that Senator Van Hollen's getting, going down there. Apparently he actually did somehow get a chance to meet with the guy this past day, Thursday. He posted this past evening, met Kilmar Abrego Garcia, posting an image with him via the social media platform X. I said, the main goal of my trip here was to meet with Kilmar tonight. I had that chance. I've called his wife to pass along the message of love. I look forward to giving a full update on my return, was his post. Now back to the Hartford County, Maryland Sheriff. He was being interviewed by Bill Hemmer on Fox News. The question, are you convinced by the White House that he's an MS-13 gang member? To which he responds, 1,000%. Yes, indeed, 1,000%. No doubt he is a gang membership. Not only that, he's a domestic violence abuser. In our community, we would screen him working with ICE, and hopefully they'd decide to take removal proceedings just for that reason. Now, he's been through removal proceedings before, and they asked for him to be removed, and yet he was still here. So kudos to the Trump administration for removing a criminal. Horrible on Senator Van Hollen for wanting to bring him back. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem released documentation purporting to prove his membership with the MS-13 gang. The documents state that when he was arrested in Prince George's County, Maryland, back in 2019, he had rolls of cash and drugs on his person, and he was arrested alongside two other documented MS-13 gang members.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 2 are dead and 6 injured in a mass shooting at Florida State University, and the shooter was no stranger to Tallahassee area law enforcement.
The gunman, the son of a Leon County Sheriff's deputy. Sheriff Walt McNeil says Eichner was able to get hold of one of his mother's weapons, which was found at the scene.
So he has been steeped in the Leon County Sheriff's Office family.
The 2 victims killed in the attack were not FSU students. Classes and other activities been canceled through the day Friday. Reed Shepard, Tampa.
Stocks are closing mixed on the final day of trading this week.
The Dow suffered sharp losses driven by United Health shares falling more than 22%. Nvidia stock also tumbled, which weighed on the tech-heavy Nasdaq. Wall Street will be dark for Good Friday. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 527 points. The S&P 500 gained 7 points. The Nasdaq shed 20 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Metashare. Maybe you've heard joining Metashare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Metashare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
I'm going to take you back to this Abrego Garcia guy. He's in El Salvador. Democrats bending over backwards to bring this guy back. And all the evidence that's being presented more and more with each passing day, Homeland Security also points to the local police reports. When he was arrested with 2 other documented MS-13 gang members, they found his clothing consistent with that of an MS-13 gang member. When arrested, he was wearing a sweatshirt with rolls of money covering the eyes, mouth, and ears of presidents on various currency denominations. According to the Homeland Security press release, this is known MS-13 gang symbol, which is see no evil, hear no evil, say no evil. The police report also states that a reliable criminal informant confirmed Garcia's membership to the MS-13 gang and even described his ranking in the gang to police. Now, the Homeland Security memo also notes that 2 federal immigration judges found the claims that Garcia is a member of MS-13 to be credible enough to keep him in Immigration and Customs Enforcement custody until he was later released. He was denied asylum, but given a deportation protection order after claiming he feared being persecuted by a group known as the 18th Street Gang. Pretty much confirming he was a gang member, because the 18th Street Gang is the rival gang of the MS-13. He said, if you send me back to El Salvador, they're going to kill me. That being the 18th Street Gang. So when you get all the details, what Van Hollen is trying to prove, I don't know. All right, let's get to other industry headlines. How many times do we have to go through and explain this? The whole scenario of there's a driver shortage. No, there's not a driver shortage. Oh, yes, there is. Yeah, the trucking industry is trapped in a cycle of perpetual driver churn. Here's our latest analysis from the OOIDA Foundation. And the recently released white paper, The Churn, it's entitled The Churn, a brief look at the roots of high driver turnover in U.S. trucking. This is the research arm of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association that dispels the notion there's a driver shortage and instead places the spotlight on the annual turnover rates that are 90% or higher for major truckload carriers. Only by understanding the systemic and structural reasons for churn can industry and policymakers begin to allow genuine market forces to work toward a more sustainable equilibrium, one where driving a truck is a viable, even desirable long-term occupation rather than a grueling trial with razor-thin margins that one endures only till a better opportunity comes along. The American Trucking Association has claimed for years, and still does today, there's been a shortage of truck drivers. Multiple studies have debunked the claims of a shortage. Just last year, 2024, another study from the National Academies of Sciences said the idea of a driver shortage goes against the basic economic principles of supply and demand. Previous studies from the economics professor, Stephen Burks, and the U.S. Department of Labor, all these studies revealed there's not a shortage of truck drivers. Instead, any issue in the labor supply could be corrected by increased wages. According to the OOIDA Foundation, the roots of the high turnover rates dating back to deregulation back in 1980 Deregulation allowed thousands of new carriers to enter the market. That means increased competition and reduced profit margins. The competitive landscape effectively eliminated companies' ability to raise pay without losing business. Embedded high turnover as a standard business strategy. In today's highly fragmented truckload sector, minimal differentiation among employers keeps drivers cycling from one to the next similar low-quality job or leaving the industry entirely rather than seeing substantial improvements in pay or conditions. Rather than a driver shortage, the foundation noted, what the industry is experiencing is high turnover that has become the standard operating model for these large carriers. Why has it not been corrected? The foundation said that several intertwined factors mute the natural market conditions that would typically resolve labor shortages. First, you've got extreme competition. Intense competition restricts carriers from raising wages significantly without losing business. Labor supply inflation, industry and government initiatives continually increase the labor pool through non-market means, artificially depressing wages. Regulatory loopholes next, the overtime exemption for motor carriers and misclassification practices shift the cost onto drivers. Again, artificially suppressing market wages. There is limited bargaining power. Fragmented and individually powerless drivers cannot negotiate better conditions effectively. And last, information asymmetry. Many new drivers enter the industry under misconceptions about earnings and conditions. Ones sometimes intentionally are fostered by dishonest parties, and that maintains the high turnover cycle. This persistent churn in trucking results from systemic distortions rather than a genuine shortage. Addressing these foundational issues, realigning incentives, improving transparency, and reforming exploitative practices would allow genuine market conditions that would foster a stable, sustainable workforce. And until then, this industry will remain trapped in this cycle of perpetual churn, undermining its long-term efficiency. Now, they were talking about driver wages. Somewhere in the mix, they're saying the driver wages actually increased pretty significantly over the last year. Here it is. Tell me if you buy this. Truck driver wages rose 16% in the first quarter of 2025. I'm thinking, nah. Now, this study conducted by several job sites. The study conducted for the first quarter of this year, January 1 through March 31, by the resume building platform Resume Now, as well as the talent matching platform known as Talru. And it's apparently discovered that truck drivers are receiving better pay than in 2024. According to their study, as I said, driver wages rose 16% since the same time last year. That rise is followed by jobs in warehousing up 15%. That's a huge jump in wages compared to the national average, which was just 3.8% wage increase for the same time period, which to me that would sound more rational. But this study states the average truck driver wages rose from $22.05 an hour last year to $25.49 an hour this. Now, here, going right in the face of what I just shared from the Yoida Foundation, and I quote, the trucking industry continues to face a qualified labor shortage, resulting in fewer applicants per job and steady demand for new drivers. Job seekers with a CDL or logistics experience can find strong opportunities with competitive wages, although policy and economic changes in the second quarter of this year may result in some shifts. The rise in driver pay found by this one study, this all comes in the wake of what we've been witnessing and sharing, a rampant closure of trucking companies over the last few months, one after another. Davis, 160 trucks, 140 drivers, the latest casualty, just announced this week, shuttering operations by the end of the month. All right, 844-3388. Good morning, Gilligan.
Good morning, Steve. Well, I want to remind everybody it is Casual Friday, but that does not mean to drive naked, as Scarecrow has instructed us. But I am wearing my GMA and BS Enterprises Speedo. Yes, we're going to have a board meeting over the weekend. We have not removed Scarecrow from the board, but I'm trying to get the board together, and we're going to have a vote to make sure that he stays with GMA and BS Enterprises. We are in full support. We understand his remorse, and we are glad that he's coming through this, though it's a very hard time. The only problem is he can't get Charlie sobered up, I think, again. He's been hitting the cough medicine. I think Wright's coming in, and we might be 2 votes short, but I think me, Marianne, and Blind Man can get in there, So we're going to, we'll try to sober him up enough. As far as this illegal alien, obvious MS-13 gang member, it's just sickening. It's what the Democrats are willing to defend. This is nothing new. Look at the George Floyd riots. They stoked the fires on that. The man was a criminal. He actually literally overdosed on drugs and had COVID when he died. That like Pappy has said, that police officer really had nothing to do with his death. People say, well, he said he couldn't breathe. If he couldn't breathe. Well, if he couldn't breathe, how is he saying I can't breathe? I can't breathe. That is a tactic used by criminals, from what I've heard from other police officers for many years. They say they can't breathe. Well, they can breathe, or they wouldn't be talking. This goes back to the guy out there in Missouri, there outside of St. Louis. I can't think of his name. The 18-year-old. They tried to make out to be the poor innocent boy that he was charging at the police officer. The police officer was protecting himself. Democrats have defended this crap and tried to stoke up hatred for many, many, many years. I watched the show Dragnet from the late 60s up to, I think it's like 67 to 70, starring Jack Webb and Harry Morgan a lot of times in the evenings. And you watch that show from almost over 50 years ago, almost 60 years ago in the early episodes. And they're talking about the same problems we have today, just in a little bit different light. I was watching it the other night, and the guy that played Johnny Fever on WKRP in Cincinnati was playing this radical hippie, talking about drugs and how it should be legalized and all this, and the fuzz is the problem, and all this, and calling the police the Nazis and all that. This deal of calling conservatives Nazis is nothing new. This has been going on for decades. And I will never get it. I just see it. I will never get it. I believe if you are in a lot of pain because of cancer or something like that, I think of the eye problem that causes, and the marijuana will help you. Yes, okay. Well, I think you should be able to get it for those reasons. A lot of people take the edibles that's into that. Our friend Country Bumpkin has been going through lung cancer. Actually, I spoke to him yesterday morning. He's doing better. We had a pretty good long talk, me and a few of your other listeners, and he's still hanging in there, folks. But of course, his medical problems really hurt him. He said that he liked to do ice fishing, but unfortunately he couldn't this winter because of what he's been through. He just can't stand the cold. Well, Steve, that's about all I got. I hope everybody has a happy, safe Easter weekend, and just remember, it's not about the money, it's about the Lamb. That our Lord and Savior that died on the cross 1993 years ago today, and then arose on Easter Sunday, 2 days later. Hope everybody has a safe trip. Take care. Thank you for taking my call.
There you go. You got it, Gilligan. Have a good morning. About 10 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Hey, in our discussion with the Grump here a few nights ago, the topic of discussion that had come up there was, the term is often used, anchor babies. People who come into this country, whether it's across the southern border, or there's actually a business where you can, companies set things up for the pregnant woman to schedule a trip to the United States. They'll fly in from anywhere in the world to birth a child here, because as it stands, if you're born in the United States, you automatically are considered a U.S. citizen. It's just been the status quo for many, many years. That may be changing. The Supreme Court announcing this past day, in a rare move, that they will indeed hear oral arguments next month regarding President Trump's birthright citizenship executive order following an emergency request from the administration. Now, this goes to his first day in office in January, issuing the executive order interpreting the language of the 14th Amendment, which states only those born to parents subject to the jurisdiction of the United States are citizens. Now, the impact would be that when children are born to people who are not legal residents, that those children are not U.S. citizens. How did this all come to fruition? The 14th Amendment, they explain, was adopted in the immediate aftermath of the Civil War. It was intended to make clear that former slaves were both citizens of the United States and the state where they resided. In the decades that followed, the amendment has then since been interpreted broadly to mean anyone born on U.S. soil is automatically an American citizen. But the Supreme Court has never ruled on the matter. In 1895, the court held that children born to legal resident aliens are American citizens. Now, CBS News reported that following Trump's January executive order, more than a half dozen lawsuits have been filed in courts all around the country, including federal district courts in Washington, Maryland, Massachusetts. These lower courts blocked the implementation of the order, and then federal appeals courts, San Francisco, Boston, Richmond, Virginia, upheld those rulings. Now, the Justice Department filed emergency appeals of those three decisions with the Supreme Court mid-last month, and asked it to limit enforcement of the birthright citizenship to 28 states and individuals who are not involved in the ongoing cases. So this is quite interesting. The Supreme Court issued an order this past day calling for oral arguments in the case, May 15. A May hearing so late in the term, which ends in June, according to the Hill, is very rare. Now, during the presidential campaign, Trump said constitutional scholars have shown for decades that granting automatic citizenship to the children of illegals born in this country is based on a patently incorrect interpretation of the 14th Amendment. The framers of the 14th Amendment made clear persons born in the United States who are foreigners, aliens, or who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers are not subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S., he said. After learning of the Supreme Court's decision this past day, Trump told reporters at the White House, he said, I'm so happy. I think the case has been misunderstood. He argued the 14th is not about people just being able to come into the country, a tourist and illegal, and have a child here to be granted U.S. citizenship. So that's going to be a big case to watch. Kind of surprising, again, that the Supreme Court actually opted to take up the case coming up here in a matter of weeks.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The son of a sheriff's deputy has been accused of shooting and killing 2 people and wounding at least 5 others at Florida State University. This student witnessed the event.
I didn't think this could happen at Florida State. I mean, we're a pretty safe campus.
The FSU police chief says the gunman is a current student at the school and has been apprehended. The deceased were not students. Multiple people are currently receiving treatment at a local hospital. Luigi Mangione is being indicted for the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson.
Mangione is now officially charged with the cold-blooded murder of Brian Thompson. He was gunned down on December 4th outside a Manhattan Hilton. On Thursday, a federal jury in New York returned a 4-count indictment against the 26-year-old Maryland man. Mangione, who graduated from an exclusive Baltimore prep school and Ivy League college, UPenn, is charged with 2 counts of stalking, a firearms offense, and murder with a firearm. The last charge makes him eligible for the death penalty if convicted. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
The Supreme Court will take up the question of birthright citizenship.
President Trump signed an executive order ending automatic birthright citizenship as enshrined in the Constitution's 14th Amendment. Trump wants to confer citizenship only on those who have at least one parent who is a U.S. citizen or permanent resident. And the highest court will hear oral arguments next month. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says he wants to move away from what he calls an ideology that the rising rate of autism in the U.S. is a result of better diagnosis.
The Secretary of Health and Human Services contradicted the CDC, which released a study on Tuesday saying the rise in autism is due in part to the availability of services for early detection and evaluation. He also refuted the CDC's past research showing autism has a genetic link. Kennedy called autism a preventable disease caused by environmental exposure and accused researchers of being in denial. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
The mother of a Texas high schooler accused of a track meet murder is speaking out for the first time. Kayla Hayes says her family has been receiving death threats.
My 13-year-old daughter is afraid to sleep in her own bedroom because she's fearful of what may happen to her.
Her son, Carmelo Anthony, is out on bond after being charged with the fatal stabbing of Austin Metcalf at a track meet. Metcalf's father was at the news conference but was escorted away by Dallas police. A series of distractions marred a meeting for a controversial foundation aimed at helping residents off government aid. The Hope Florida Foundation Chair Joshua Hay opened the Board of Directors meeting acknowledging the resignation of board member and lobbyist Jake Farmer, whose participation was questioned during a State House hearing.
On behalf of the board, we thank Jake for his service to the foundation.
He did not mention the executive director's decision to step down. His announcement came a day after the program was put on the hot seat for steering $10 million from a Medicaid contract contractor settlement to 2 dark money organizations. The Zoom meeting recessed after it was repeatedly interrupted by inappropriate videos and comments. Before being stopped, Hay did ask people to be slow to judge and announced new core values including integrity and humility. Stocks are closing mixed on the final day of trading this week.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 527 points. The S&P 500 gained 7 points. The Nasdaq shed 20 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, back for our final hour. See, what do we have? We're just talking about the Supreme Court taking up the birthright citizenship case. Yeah, some of the discussion taking place. Pappy says an aircraft makes an emergency landing in the United States. There's a pregnant Russian lady on there, gives birth once the plane lands. That child is now a U.S. citizen? Parents spot a different plane and fly on to their destination 4 hours later out of the United States. Is that the way it should be? When's the last time we heard of an airplane hijacking? You know, back in the 70s, it was pretty common stuff, especially over in the Middle East. Now, this is very unusual, and I kind of question, where in the world are you allowed to board planes with, like guns in your possession or knives in this day and age? I thought on a global scale, obviously this is a smaller plane, but a U.S. man hijacked a small plane in Belize yesterday, stabbing 2 passengers and a pilot before one of the passengers fatally shot him, according to officials in Belize and the United States. The plane ultimately landed safely. The Tropic airplane was carrying 14 passengers and 2 crew members. Flying from Corozal, a small town near the Belize border with Mexico, headed to a popular tourist destination, San Pedro, when it was hijacked. The plane circled in random directions for nearly 2 hours as the drama unfolded in the skies. The plane was tailed by a police helicopter before ultimately touching down at an airport in the coastal town of Ladyville. The 2 wounded passengers and pilot were being treated at a hospital for their injuries. The police commissioner identified the hijacker as Akinyele Taylor and said he was a U.S. military veteran. One of the stabbed passengers managed to shoot Taylor and kill him. Yeah, they said the passenger was licensed to carry a firearm and later turned his weapon over to police. Yeah, the passenger was stabbed in his back, suffered a puncture to his lungs, and is in critical condition. Yeah, Williams said Taylor was demanding to be flown out of the country, possibly to Mexico, and at one point said he wanted the plane to land so they could add fuel. The U.S. Embassy spokesperson said Taylor also insisted that he was to be taken to the United States. We don't know why he wanted to go back to the United States or what was the reason, adding that U.S. officials did not know the motive for his hijacking, but they're working with Brazilian authorities to determine what happened. Now, they could not confirm the Belize police commissioner's statement that he was a military veteran of the United States. But authorities in Belize issued a full emergency declaration after this all started about 8:30 a.m. local time. Okay, what a bizarre scenario. So, guns on a plane, knives, 3 people stabbed. I don't know. Yeah, and stabbing the pilot. That's not a good idea. You know, I'm just saying, if your goal is to be taken somewhere and be alive when you get back to the ground, right? Are you hanging in there, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I gotta deliver this load. What the hell is this? Yeah, it's Friday. Yeah, I gotta deliver this load more. Yeah, Steve, I wanted to say something right quick about some sports and NASCAR right quick. I wanted to make a comment about the NCAA college football and the direction that it's going. It's not going too good right now. You got a quarterback at the University of Tennessee. He walked out on the school earlier this week on Monday because he had signed a contract to make $2 million a year, quarterback Tennessee, and he wanted more money. He wants $4 million, and Tennessee told him that they're not going to give him the money, so he decided that he was going to have to move on to another school. Now, the problem with this is, Steve, is that these guys are making way too much money. You know, they want to say that it's an amateur sport, but yet they want to get paid. You know, when it all started out, it was just so the athlete could have money, some type of money, you know, revenue. But nobody thought it would get to these type of numbers of $4 and $5, $6 million a year. That's way too much money for a college athlete to be making. And now you see what's happening. You got guys skipping out on schools, going to different schools. Whoever pays the most money is what schools these guys are signing with. And the rate is just going to get higher and higher. You got some of these guys that are making more money than professional football players. Now, I know that's not right for a college athlete to make more than a pro player. So something's got to be done in college sports to get this thing rectified, because it's going in a very bad direction. That's the reason why Nick Saban decided to get out of the game, because of the way the direction was going. And one quick note about the NASCAR, Steve. They not, as your other guy, Brain Dead, said, they're not running this week except for the trucks and the other one. The Cup cars, they'll be in Talladega, and I'm definitely going to be there at Talladega for that race the following Sunday. Mm-hmm. So we'll see what happens with that. And, with the race in Rockingham, hopefully, he was talking about races that need to be placed. I think that, and I told you this before, NASCAR is a southern sport. And, it started in the South, North Carolina, South, Carolina, Florida, Georgia, and all that. I think, I don't really like the aspect, he said that California is one of the top states, but like I said, I don't, they already got a race in California and Sonoma. So he said something about San Diego. So, I think that somebody needs to be replaced. Maybe it's the Mexico race, but they definitely need to, go back to Rockingham because that's a, historic track, been around a long time. So I hope NASCAR goes back with the Cup Series and that, and they forget about California. And thank you for taking my call.
All right. Again, Eagle, have a good weekend. Happy Easter. Safe travels. All right. What do you say, Plowboy? Sounds like he had some multitasking going on. Ain't strong enough to have this on here. Maybe he'll dial us back up. Let's see. Who we got on board?
Dingbat.
Hello, Dingbat.
Hey. What's going on?
Well, it's Good Friday, and I guess if I understand correctly, you got to do that 4-letter word this weekend. Work.
Times 2.
Yep. Wow.
Unfortunately, Wednesday I worked a 12.5-hour shift, and that was I was nonstop going. But I want to give feedback of what Eagle was talking about, the mental hospitals. They're hard to get in. I mean, I myself, my story. It's hard to get in facilities like that because it's a criteria. Insurance. Luckily for me, most of these, I've been to rehab 5 times, so I'm not going to add any of those to those books anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But some of them are state funded, and it's hard. Like I said, it's insurance. But like I said, the main one is the criteria and insurance. It's hard to get in. Mine were all court orders, so luckily I didn't have to pay for it or whatever like that. But most of it, like you hear people come in, it's like insurance. Oh, you don't meet the criteria. You have the insurance, but not the criteria. So it's hard to get in.
And I know around the country, I mean, every town used to have one, if not multiple, facilities where people with issues, dealing with mental issues, would be able to go and get some help. Most of them are shut down. I mean, they're almost non-existent.
It's sad. I mean, like I said, like last time, I'm not here to preach mental health, but be that strong person for that person until they get in that facility and hope they get the help they need.
Yeah.
And some of them like maybe like 3 days. Oh, 3 days, you're okay. Here, go see this doctor now. Then it's a vicious cycle.
And I guess like most other things, in many cases, the insurance company says, we'll give them this many days, that many. And as soon as your time is very, very limited as far as what they're going to pay, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And it's hard. It hurts the people that absolutely need it, but then when you hear your insurance can't pick it up, I mean, your insurance picks it up, but you got to do that many days, you're not addressing the issue.
So aside from being busy, so what are you're like picking up pilots and taking them from one part of the airport to the other, or what is it you're doing there?
Oh, what I'm doing now, I used to pick up the pilots and the crew members. I am now picking up, I lost that contract, and I'm with another company that picks up the FedEx workers from the main screen known as where they go through the metal detectors, make sure they don't have no knives, guns, etc. on them. And what I do is I go from there and take them to their assortment center. It's like a color route. My route's a gold route. And if you look it up, it's not on the airport, but it's the new assortment center that just opened October of last year, I believe.
So it's like some of these, I'm guessing these facilities are so massive that it's an incredibly long walk. So you're kind of having to shuttle them from point A to point B.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
And it's kind of interesting because, like, I learned a lot from the pilots and the crew members and everything like that. But I learned more from the workers. I'm like, geez. So this is how the package gets from point A to point B. And I'm not bashing truck drivers when I say this, but also planes. I mean, planes, but it comes from off the plane to the assortment center, and they take it robotically and bring it down to the assortment center, and it comes to them, and they take it to another can, which goes to another plane. I mean, it's weird. It's kind of weird. I wish I could take pictures, but I can't.
Right. All right. Proprietary information.
But also, right, right. But also, before I forget, you know, when mental health, there's also addiction help too. Before I forgot to talk about that part.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like I said, mine was court ordered, but also they teach mental health and addiction. I mean, like I said, I'm going on 9 years clean. So, but it's all how bad that person wants to get the help.
And that's kind of what I was fixing to say. When people, if you're ordered into a facility, if you're not to the point where you actually want help, you're probably not going to get it. You might go sit through the classes and whatnot, but you end up right back where you were. You have to want it, right?
You got to, exactly. For me, I mean, it took my 5 rehabs to go in, and this one hit the nail in the coffin, I should say, but it helped me.
Okay. Well, good to hear from you. Dingbat, have a great weekend. Happy Easter. And we'll return after this.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts need.
I got an email from Big Sexy this past evening. He'll be up late once in a blue moon, but he wanted to forward to me a piece of legislation that was signed by his governor this past day there in Arkansas. A bill signed into law Thursday creates rape of a minor as a death penalty offense. Senate Bill 375 signed into law by Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders after passing the legislature on April 10, making Arkansas one of the few states in the nation with a law allowing the death penalty for the rape of a minor. If the person committing the rape is over 18, they can receive either the death penalty or life without parole, according to the Act's language. If under 18, I guess that would be the rapist. If under 18, the mandatory sentence is life without the possibility of parole after 20 years. Now, the law states if it is found unconstitutional, the capital rape charge reverts to a Class Y felony with a minimum 25-year sentence. I guess they're anticipating this being challenged. So it remains rape even if the victim consented, according to the Act. In the Act's legislative findings section, it states the United States Supreme Court gravely erred in a case known as Kennedy versus Louisiana, when it held that the Eighth Amendment prohibited imposition of the death penalty for rape of a child when the crime did not result in death of the victim. Kennedy versus Louisiana was a 2008 case where the court found that the death penalty for a child rape where the victim did not die was a violation of the Eighth Amendment's prohibition on cruel and unusual punishment, essentially overturning a Louisiana law and a similar law in 5 other states. So lawmakers maintain in the bill's findings section that if more states had a capital rape law, that the Supreme Court would have been less likely to make that ruling. The legislation actually had 25 sponsors across both chambers. Now, since the Supreme Court's ruling, Florida in 2023, Tennessee last year, and Idaho this year have signed into law provisions to allow the death penalty for rape of a minor. All right, interesting developments. Supreme Court, a lot on their plate. All right, real quick, as we roll toward news break with all the discussion earlier this week, tariff talk, U.S., China halting shipments of some rare earths and things of that nature that we desperately need. This may be another play along the lines of not necessarily needing China. President Trump this past day signaled the U.S. and Ukraine may finalize the long-anticipated minerals agreement as soon as next week, after weeks of delays and a previous breakdown of the talks with Vladimir Zelensky. Trump said in the Oval Office meeting with the Italian Prime Minister, we have a minerals deal, which I guess is going to be signed on next Thursday. That would be soon. That agreement, which would give the U.S. access to Ukraine's supply of critical minerals, was initially expected to be finalized way back during Zelensky's visit to D.C. back in February. We know how that ended, after which Trump paused talks after what officials described as a rather contentious meeting between the two. Yeah, that was ugly. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said this past day that the administration is still working on the details regarding when and where this signing will occur. We're aiming for April 26. It's substantially what we agreed on previously. The president was here. We had a memorandum of understanding, but we went straight to the big deal. And I think it's an 80-page agreement. And that's what is going to be signed. Now, how long does it take to get in there and start mining and actually being able to bring some of those minerals back to the United States? as China withholds them from us? That's a question I do not know the answer to.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 2 are dead and 6 injured in a mass shooting at Florida State University, and the shooter was no stranger to Tallahassee area law enforcement.
The gunman, the son of a Leon County Sheriff's deputy. Sheriff Walt McNeil says Eichner was able to get hold of one of his mother's weapons, which was found at the scene.
So he has been steeped in the Leon County Sheriff's Office family.
The 2 victims killed in the attack were not FSU students. Classes and other activities been canceled through the day Friday. Reed Shepard, Tampa.
Stocks are closing mixed on the final day of trading this week.
The Dow suffered sharp losses driven by United Health shares falling more than 22%. Nvidia stock also tumbled, which weighed on the tech-heavy Nasdaq. Wall Street will be dark for Good Friday. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 527 points. The S&P 500 gained 7 points. The Nasdaq shed 20 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Metashare. Maybe you've heard joining Metashare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Metashare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Back on a Good Friday. All ready for the weekend. Easter weekend coming on. Everybody going to be boiling up some eggs, dyeing the Easter eggs with the grandkids. It'll be some expensive Easter eggs this year, won't it? Morning, Plowboy.
Well, good morning, Steve. Sorry about that earlier, but yeah, I'm getting there. I think we're all ready for it. Ready to be coming back already, tell you the truth, on Tuesday.
Oh, okay.
Avery and all them, you got them all fitted out? Go to help them go find them Easter eggs, or we past that?
I'm sure Avery and Aubrey, I think young Rowan, he's to the point where he's outgrown. He's 13 now, too old to be egg hunting.
Oh, my gosh. My gosh, Steve. I'm so sorry. Damn, I didn't realize we were talking about damn near adults. Wow.
Yeah. Hey, the time flies, Plowboy. Time flies.
It don't seem like, damn years ago, there were truck show and they were
just little
barely running around,
sitting on my knee with the headphones on, like it was a big thing. Yeah. Now he's bigger. He's bigger than me. Yeah, Rowan's bigger than I am, literally.
I bet his hair is darker than yours, isn't it?
It ain't gray, that's for sure.
I know we were trying to be light on a Friday, but I got something really heavy on this one. Steve, if you happen to catch what Walmart and Sam's Club is going to be doing to us here in the next coming future?
I can't say that I have. What is it?
I guess we're going to go cashless.
Really?
I don't know how else they can say it, but go cashless. My understanding, what I've been reading since I've been a loyal Sam's Club supporter, yeah, I know, knocked me on the head for it, but especially back here when my late wife was going through all that crap that she went through. But no, my understanding, you're going to have to take your phone and get yourself hooked onto this app. And basically, as you put that, whatever Princess finds in the cart, you got to scan it, and it automatically comes off your checking account, your credit card, whatever you got in your phone. I'm not for this. Really, I'm not. Because there's a vast reasons of why, sir. I don't like my credit card number being given to every dumb out there.
Mm-hmm.
And what if you put it in a cart? Say you find a case of Miller Lite. She said that's one too many cases. She puts one back. Does it come off your phone or come off the card, or how is it going to happen? And I look at all the disastrous weather we have. How many times have we heard, it's been proven fact in North Carolina, we had to hook up to Starlink in order to get anything out, let alone order anything or go shopping.
Right. Well, if your internet ain't working, I mean, there are times you go into the convenience store, cash only, because the credit card or debit card machine's down.
I had forgot about that. Thank you for bringing that one up. But no, this is some animal they burped out of the state of Texas, and it's going to go nationwide from what I was reading, and it came out is basically day day-old news here with what I was reading off the Sam's Club. And I do not like it one bit, sir. Because even if you were hacked, you got your credit card on a damn phone now. I mean, there's just... I got a bad taste in my mouth. Yeah, call me a dinosaur. Damn right I am, because I believe in your greenbacks. I believe in giving everything. I believe in my money. I pay a high enough price at these places. When I check out, I want to be seeing an individual scan my products across that conveyor belt. I don't know. Just the way I am, but I don't know. Other than that, y'all gonna have decent weather for y'all's Easter, Steve?
I think we're kind of on the borderline where there's going to be heavy rain, maybe to our north, heavy rain to our west. I know they are saying we're supposed to see some rain both today and Saturday, but
kind of way we are here in Missouri. As far as the temperature, you could have asked for a better one. I've seen some cold one though, but we kind of been blessed on this Easter. But there was one other thing. Have you seen where they were basically calling a Tesla Cybertruck a worthless vehicle? Now, I kind of had to laugh at that. Had he not been working with President Trump, that Cybertruck, nothing still pushing their grand initiatives like they've been trying to push up our backside, they would have been worshiping the Elon and his Tesla. But, oh, no. Now, that, I just seen that, I forget where it was. They're saying everybody's getting rid of the Teslas. I don't want one because I don't like the electric, or battery, whatever you want to call the damn thing. But, well, Steve, I'll get off here. Y'all have a happy Easter. Everybody stay safe. Well, catch you next week.
All right. Thank you, Plowboy. Happy Easter. Did a quick search, and I guess this was maybe circulating for the last several months. Talking about it's not that they're going to be going cashless. Not at this point. A little story where a Walmart shopper begging the chain to update and refresh their payment method options, wanting to know why certain services have not been rolled out across stores. Joe called the retailer after sharing a picture of card readers from stores in North Carolina. The reader looked like it had been used and asked shoppers to scan or insert their cards. He said there was no option to just tap the screen, and the keypad looked slightly grubby. No tap, no Google Pay, no Apple Pay. Why? He said, update your stuff. A Walmart spokesperson replied to their concerns within minutes. We'd like to learn more about your experience at our store. They invited the shopper to send the company a direct message. Walmart shoppers can pay for goods via contactless means using the store's app. In other words, you can store your credit and debit card information in the Walmart app, which means customers don't have to worry if they forgot their credit or debit card. When paying for groceries, all you have to do is open the app and hover your camera over the QR code that appears on the screen. If shoppers hear a noise, that means your purchase is complete. Now, you do not receive a paper receipt. You get a receipt via email. Although using Apple Pay has been an ongoing conversation, they emphasized we'd like to have the customers open our app in the store all the time. It can be used to help you find items in the store. It can also be used to pay for your purchases. That's one of the things we like people to use the app for. Now, they've reassured shoppers by revealing that credit card information does not end up being sent to stores. The supermarket chain with 4,000 stores across the country is one of the very few retailers that do not accept Apple Pay. Despite polling and research suggesting the U.S. is moving away from cash. A Gallup survey revealed that 60% of Americans make no or very few cash purchases. More than 6 in 10 surveyed believe the U.S. will be cashless at some point in their life. But this move is not welcomed by many. More than 40% said they would be upset if this country, of course, becomes cashless. Recent research published by Capital One estimates there are more than 60 million Apple Pay users in the U.S. They forecast that to exceed 75 million by 2030. More than a fifth of shoppers ages 14 and above will use Apple Pay this year. Walmart has not yet embraced the trend of adding Apple Pay to their list of contactless services, and it does not seem that that's going to change anytime soon. But I don't know. Last time we were at, I think it was, the wife and I were at Sam's here about a month ago. And it was a weekend. It was very, very busy. The lines all packed and stacked. And one of the employees came over and said, "Well, have you tried the scan and go?" So he gave her a little card with the QR code. She scans that on the phone, and as he said, scan all the items in your cart using your smartphone. Not even waiting in the checkout. We stood right there at the cart, scanned the items, and then boom, it came off the credit card, debit card, whatever she had loaded in there, and we were done. It's new to. I don't like having all that information out there. Personally, I am still for the most part, traditional cash guy. Yeah, for years, my son, young Steven, you say, can you break a 20? Yeah, he don't carry any cash. So, hey, boy, he said, "Dad, I use my debit card for everything." I said, "Come on." Yeah, I'm the kind of guy that I would prefer to have cash in my pocket because, like you say, you never know when your card may get frozen or they may suspect fraud. It's 844-844-3388. What about the Grump this morning? Hey, Grump.
Hey, Steve. Yeah, I'm a cash guy too, man. I don't like. I've had that happen. I had dinner one time at a Chinese restaurant in Seattle. Got in the truck and took off. And when I got to Idaho, my bank called me and said, "Hey, you got several large purchases on your bank card."
Yeah.
I said, "Really?" One was a $4,000 TV.
Oh, wow.
And said, "We've frozen your card," and that was the only card I had. And I said, "Well, hell." So I had to, scramble to actually I went to ATM and I took out, I think it was $300-400 or something like that. That was okayed for that for that, and then they froze everything. But,
wow.
Let's talk about this trucking issue right now. This high turnover rate and stuff on this in trucking is never going to change, and it's kind of milked into the recruiting process that you can't find longevity anymore, and and one of the reasons why is because they know that this piecework pay is going to piss people off, and they're not going to be around that long. They're just not, unless they're paid by the hour and everything that they do. When I say everything, I mean when they're sitting at a dock. Hell, let's log the time. Let's log exactly how long it takes. But companies are all for that. Do the 15-minute on duty, and then knock it off. And everything. We'll pay you something if we get it. If we apply for any kind of detention time or anything like that, and we get it, we'll pay you a percentage of it. That should never happen. That should never be a question about stuff like that. When you got guys that are sitting at docks for 6 and 8 hours, I'll give you an example. Last night I sat for 5.5 hours, at a place because of had so many different items on my trailer.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll put in for detention time on that, as an owner operator. If they get it, they'll pay me a percentage of it. I'll get my percentage of it, and then the company will get their percentage of it. Wrong again. They're not the ones sitting out here at the dock. But it's never going to change. They can have 1,000 different surveys, and they can have 1,000 different studies on why we have a turnover rate. And number one, these dinosaur companies cannot step forward into this century and say, let's start paying them by the hour. Let's start, when they're sitting in traffic, let's pay them. It's grocery prices and things like that may go up. I would say may go up, but they're not going to have that many more trucks that are going to be on the road because it's going to be a job that somebody actually wants to do. And when you look at it, and it's happened to me. I worked for a company one time, Steve, that had haul chemicals up to Canada a lot, and in a tanker. And every Sunday night at midnight, the computer would tell you where your miles were from the following week, and you would be paid on every mile that you drove that truck. There was never a question about it. The only problem was when, if you took a week off, if you stayed out for a month or whatever, and you took a week off, and of course, medical insurance and all that, guys had to play catch up on. There should be some kind of provisions in that, but I've seen trucks that guys that'll miss pay cutoff days because of the way the scheduling is, and I'm like, well, hell, this load right here, went from New York to California. And they're going to miss their pay cutoff, so it's going to be a week before they get paid on that load, and their bills are still going to come out. Everything, they're still going to prorate everything, like their medical insurance and everything else. And I'm talking company trucks and stuff like that. An owner-operator ought to be able, to survive stuff like that. If they can't, something's wrong. But if, these company drivers and things, it's going to be a continual turnover rate like this because they live off of this piecework, and they're told them right flat. Well, you'll get 65 cents per mile, but then, you got to keep them wheels turning. That's just the way it is. And then when you look at it, I was looking at a company the other day talking, they had a guy that worked there, and he called me and he said, hey, you ever check this company out if you want to lease somewhere, pays good. And I said, oh, they'll give you a baseline pay of what you get. And then if you load extra tonnage on your trailer, and things like that, then you'll get a little bit more. And then you get a little bit more and a little bit more, for this and for that. If you do this, if you do that, basically if you jump through all these damn hoops, you can make $2 a mile is what they, on loaded and empty miles, pretty much. And it just don't happen like that, And when I asked the guys, I was talking to him, I said, how long did you stay out last year? He said, hell, I was out, good 330 days. And, he said, I was out a lot last year. He said, I worked my butt off, but man, he said, I made some good money. And I said, what'd you make? And he said, all right, I grossed about $213. I said, you made $213,000. He said, yeah. I said, dude, I worked 4 days a week. That was it. And was off almost 2 months. And I still managed $303,000. So what's wrong with that picture? It just, we see this all the time like this, but until the pay structure changes, and until these companies and the government itself gets this mindset that they're quit pushing drivers into this kind of a mantra kind of thing that this is another job that Americans won't do. Yeah, it's a job that Americans will do, but Americans just don't want to be gone all the damn time.
Mm-hmm.
These young guys growing up, hell, they got a life. And old guys, that's been out here forever and ever and ever, they're retiring, and there's nobody to replace them. Really, there's you got a few old guys that love to talk about trucking and the way things were and stuff like that, and I listen to it. Hell, I've been at the coffee bar sitting there listening to it, and guys don't know what it's like to truck. And I said, you wouldn't go back to that life for nothing. So don't sit here and tell me you don't know what, I don't know what it's like to truck or other guys. I've been out here 33 years now. That guys just don't know what it's like to truck. They wouldn't go back to that damn life for nothing. No power steering and no air conditioning and none of that crap. They wouldn't go back to that. So why sit around and dish on other guys that they don't know what it's like to be out here? I don't know, man. I don't know what the answer is. I guess the answer would be to make it more appealing. Just get it so that they can spread their money around when they take off their time, after they've been out here 5 or 6 damn weeks, like some of these companies think they need to be, and they still advertise on that, give me 6 weeks out on the road and I'll give you 1 week off with your family, or some crap like that. Who in the hell wants to do that? That's the mindset of a lot of these companies, and they're so full of crap. I don't want to listen to some little hottie, some little chick that's going to tell me be a recruiter that's too damn stupid to spell truck, number one. Don't know another thing about it. She's reading off 3x5 cards, and the guy ain't listening to her. He's looking at her boobs, and then, oh yeah, sign me up. Hell, I'll do it. Like, that's the idea behind having these these young ladies like that, in there, in recruiting offices. I mean, if they actually told the truth and actually, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, to be honest with you. It's going to take a collective effort from companies themselves to get out of this mindset, and some of them just want to just see a sea of whatever color their trailers are, or their trucks are out here on the highway, and then as soon as they, a bunch of guys, they have a big turnover rate because they pissed enough people off, then the next thing you know, they're crying driver shortage. No, you bought too damn many trucks, stupid. There is no driver shortage. You bought the trucks, on the basis that you think that you can get this amount of freight. When they're looking at 10,000 trailers and they're saying, well, hell, let's all I need is one net profit. I need net profit per trailer load. Let's do it. Let's look at it like that. If I get $115 net profit off each trailer, look at the amount of money I made at the end of the damn year.
Bingo.
Well, look, they still got a 1.5. They still got 115% turnover rate on a lot of these people. Or me as an owner-operator, I can't look at $115 net profit per trailer load. Hell, I'd starve to death in a week. So that's where they're at with all this, and I'd like to see OOIDA and some others get out there and just bare their knuckles and start punching back at this. And that's the only way that they're going to change stuff, is say, change your mindset, change your pay system, change the way you do business, quit making this into a commitment to guys and treating them like crap every time they want to go home if they say they want to go home. I had a dispatcher one time tell me, he said, I'll tell you when it's time to go home. And I said, let me enlighten you on something, smart ass. I'm pointing this thing toward the house. If you want to stick something in the back of this trailer, I don't care. But I'm going to the house. Did they fire me? No, they didn't fire me. Never said a word about it. I bounced, I got within 500 miles of home, and then they finally loaded me with something on to Kansas City. But, I don't play that game, never have. But that's what we're up against, buddy. So Easter's coming. Easter's coming, man. I'll be out here working. I'm gonna work through this one. I put some land up for sale. I talked to a realtor. I had a couple of big lots there that we were trying to sell, and I just tired of dealing with the taxes and all, mowing them and everything else on their vacant lots. And he said, man, I don't know. I got stuff up here it's been on there for over a year. We can't get sold and everything. I said, well, I'll just put it up there. And I had 10 calls on the damn stuff, within 2 hours, and we sold it on the 3rd hour.
Wow.
So I was like, wow. So
quick turnaround.
The cash offers, man. I couldn't believe it. He said, I didn't know anybody had any cash left. And I said, yeah, I know it's getting thin out here, but out and about. But yeah, they sold pretty quick and never, got the asking price on them. In fact, it kind of went into a bidding war on one property there. They, one guy wanted, he offered $2,000 more, but I wouldn't have gave it to that son of a gun for nothing. I'd have gave it away before he'd have got it.
Well, Grump, it's great. Yeah, hey, great hearing from you. Have a great weekend. Happy Easter. I know he said he's going to be working, but all right. Yes, we will be back at the midnight hour Sunday night into a Monday morning. Have a great weekend. Happy Easter. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah,